Chapter 13:24. The heavenly wind god's voice wasn't very loud, but it reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The heavenly wind god was still standing at the center of the battlefield. The 5 emperors had been defeated. Everyone who saw this scene was unable to recover from the shock. Only after a few seconds had passed did an incredulous expression appear on one of the immortals' faces. They lost? The 5 emperors all lost? No, we're really done for this time. The enemy we're facing this time isn't on the same level at all. It's beyond the scope of what's normal. It's not something we can handle. Are the heavens really going to annihilate our celestial court? Countless celestial immortals clenched their fists as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The 5 most powerful emperors of the celestial court had already fallen. Who else could save them? No matter how many immortals they sacrificed, they would be no different from moths flying into a flame. Just as all of the immortals were grieving and in despair, a voice erupted into the heavens. Run! The celestial Dharch stood up again. His hair was disheveled, and his imperial robe had been stained red by blood. He had been severely wounded, but the flames in his eyes burned even more brightly. He was like a warrior who was about to sacrifice himself and unleash his final ray of light. How could this be the celestial Dharch? The several dozen celestial immortals outside the enchantment barrier had tears welling up in their eyes. They knew what the celestial Thearcha's call for them to leave entailed. All the celestial Dharch could do now was to ensure that as many people as possible died in the celestial court. In other words, the 5 emperors were really going to perish here this time. What are you still standing there for? Run! The celestial Thearcha's enraged voice sounded again. Daddy, don't do this. I won't leave no matter what you say. The 7 celestial maidens stood outside the enchantment barrier with tears streaming down their faces. They were clearly very scared, but they were also very determined. They had already made up their minds. If the celestial court was to perish, then they would perish along with the celestial court. I can only watch as all the emperors fall, and I choose to run. I really can't make such a decision. I would rather die in battle, Yang Jian said indifferently. That's right. I want to fight too. F*CK. Let's kill that be *starred. We'll perish with the celestial court. One by one, the celestial immortals stepped forward and drew their weapons. Even the earth-level deities in the soul formation stage had gathered together and cast a combination of formations, planning to fight to the death. After the celestial Thearcha's words, not a single one of the heavenly court immortals wanted to escape. Even the 5 emperors were dumbfounded by this scene. How could the celestial court accept a bunch of idiots like you? The celestial Dharch scolded, but he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Emperor Qing Hua pulled out a crimson bone and murmured to himself, Even if my body and consciousness are destroyed today, I'm going to fight for a chance at survival for those foolish juniors outside. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Tianhuang, and Emperor Changsheng also rose to their feet. Divine light erupted from their bodies as if they were pillars that could prop up heaven and earth. The heavenly wind god chuckled. Why do you still think you can defeat me after being beaten like this? I really don't understand what the heavenly sea god is planning. Can't he just destroy all of you with a wave of his hand? The golden essence battle transformed into all types of shimmering golden weapons that flew toward the emperors. Each and every weapon was imbued with extremely terrifying power of laws, and they were imbued with the power of absolute penetration and absolute armor-piercing power. One of Emperor Qing Hua's arms, which possessed the bloodline of the Xianwu, was sliced in half like tofu by the golden essence battle wind. Now, countless shimmering golden weapons were flying toward them, and they were like countless scythes of the Grim Reaper. There was no question of whether or not they could defend themselves. The only question was whether or not they would be struck by these weapons. If they were struck by these weapons, all of their defenses would be shattered. The 5 emperors were fearless as they pounced toward the heavenly wind god again. The final battle had finally erupted. The wind demon tribe living beings emerged from the spatial gate that led to another world on a 100,000-foot divine mountain. All of the living beings that had appeared this time possessed extremely powerful auras. They had crowns on their heads and wore purple Taoist robes. Their golden eyes were breathtaking, and they were capable of tearing through space itself. Anything that approached them would be reduced to dust. Ordinary cultivators would be so scared that they wouldn't be able to move a single glance at those existences. There were a total of 9 purple-robed beings, and all of them possessed auras comparable to return to void stage mighty figures. After they emerged, tens of thousands of powerful foreign tribe living beings followed behind them. All of them were rubbing their palms together, and their weapons glowed with a cold light. Kukuku, the Wind Demon Emperor, is here. You can all die now. So many of our brothers have died. We'll definitely be able to exact our revenge this time. I'm going to slice open your flesh 1 slash at a time before drying you to death. Die, die, die. All of the foreign tribe living beings roared, and their powerful killing intent swept forth in all directions. This was a new wave of enemies for the wind demons. It had to be said that the wind demons were strictly adhering to the basic principles of villains. Each time they sent an enemy, they would be a rank higher than the previous enemies, and they would provide experience and equipment to the protagonist in order to train him. The only bad thing was that after one wave ended, the next wave came a little too quickly. All of the wind demon living beings began to charge toward the teachers and students in the distance. They only had one mission in mind upon entering this world, and that was to kill all humans. Xiaolan, can you handle these people? And Lin suddenly turned around and asked, And Lin, you? Su Xiaolan gripped onto Lin's hand, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She already knew what Lin was going to do. If this were in the past, she would have been very confident in Lin, and she would have allowed Lin to leave. But now, even the 5 Dao integration stage emperors had no chance of winning, and Lin was going to step forward. This was no different from throwing his life away, and Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's hand with an earnest expression. There's no way out now, is there? At a time like this, someone has to step forward. Otherwise, there really won't be any hope left. I can fight, and my evil-slaying sword can slice through laws imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao. This type of power should be useful against the heavenly wind god, so my classmates and teachers will be under your protection. Is that okay? Tears welled up in Su Xiaolan's eyes, but she held back her tears as she nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me. A carefree smile appeared on Lin's face upon hearing this before he turned to leave. And Lin, promise me you'll come back alive. And Lin smiled. Don't worry, after this battle, I'll definitely... Tui, tui, tui. A thought suddenly occurred to him, and he immediately cut himself off. I'll be right back. And Lin flew into the air atop his brick as he spoke, flying toward the center of the battle. Chapter 1325. The wind demons quickly closed in on the teachers and students of Xiaoxian United University. All of the teachers with powerful cultivation bases stood in front of the students. Kill, kill, kill. We can finally kill to our heart's content, haha. There are so many delicious humans. I can sense a burst of vitality from their bodies. It would be a pity to just kill them like this. How about we? Shut up and don't think too much about it. Don't forget the heavenly wind god's instructions. Our mission is to kill all of the humans. Lord Wind Emperor, there was a human who just left the large group of humans. Should we chase after him? He's going to the heavenly wind god's battle site. Why should we care about him? What a reckless idiot. He'll definitely die even faster than the humans before him. The purple-robed wind demon chuckled coldly before continuing onward. No one will die. Everyone can live. A crisp, pleasant voice sounded. A woman in a jade, barley ink garment stood at the forefront of the teachers and students with an extremely determined look in her eyes. Holy flame and lightning surged from her dragon sparrow sword. "And all of you are too noisy." That was the last thing the purple-robed wind demon heard. In the next instant, they were engulfed by an extremely terrifying holy flame sword projection. The white holy flame sword projection was like a proud vermilion bird descending upon the earth, and the light it produced was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The blood-curdling cries of the wind demons rang out incessantly. After the holy flame dissipated, the ground below was charred black. Of the 9 purple-robed wind emperors of the wind demon race, 3 had perished, and thousands of ordinary wind demon race powerhouses had been annihilated as well. The foreign army was completely dumbstruck for a split second. Su Xiaolan stood with her sword in hand, and there was no hint of fear or anxiety on her flawless face. The wind demons would not be given the time to rest. They were caught off guard and unleashed their full power. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath the wind demons suddenly exploded, as if they had triggered some kind of restriction. Each and every explosion was extremely terrifying, and they were powerful enough to pulverize a dozen or so wind demons. This was the 10,000 spirits Tai Chi ground explosion that Xian Yuancheng had set up in advance after learning that the barrier couldn't be broken. This was because the myriad spirit Tai Chi Dao's harmony of all things true meaning could allow the earth explosion lightning to merge with nature, making it extremely difficult to conceal. Furthermore, the alternation of yin and yang allowed the power of the earth and thunder to reach a whole new level. Dazzling flames blossomed on the ground, accompanied by the screams of the wind demons. Xian Yuancheng's earth explosion allowed thousands of wind demons to taste the art of explosion, which became their last artistic appreciation before they died. Soon, the distance between them began to enter the attack range. All of the students unleashed their long-range spell techniques, and all types of spell techniques rained down like a hail of cannonballs, creating a spectacular sight to behold. The wind demons didn't back down either, and they unleashed a torrent of powerful wind-type spell techniques. As their spells clashed, the wind demon gradually gained the upper hand. In terms of numbers, the wind demons had been reduced to 30,000, which was less than the 50,000 students. However, the wind demons were all at least of the 10th stage Dao body, and most of them were at the spirit nurturing stage or above. Even though many of the students were capable of fighting above their rank, there was no way that they could fight above their rank. Su Qianyun's moonlight disc flashed through the air, and her attacks were extremely fast and vicious, making it impossible for anyone to defend against her. She specialized in killing the wind demons that were extremely fast and could easily break through the defensive line. The battle quickly closed in on them. The human race seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Most of the several hundred soul formation stage teachers focused on defense to ensure the safety of the students and prevent them from being struck by the wind demons' spell techniques. It wasn't that the teachers were cowering, but rather it was because they knew that someone would be responsible for attacking. Falling starlight. Vice Principal Yu Hua strode through the air toward the wind demons with a fearless expression. His sleeves billowed in the wind as the power of the star divine, Dao, soared into the sky before crashing down like a meteor shower. Each and every star that struck the wind demons would merge into their bodies before exploding. One wine demon after another let loose blood-curdling cries as their flesh and blood intermingled with the light of the stars before exploding like vibrant fireworks. All of the surrounding wind demons were petrified upon seeing this. Go to hell! A purple-robed wind demon charged toward Yu Hua with a black scimitar in his hands, which he slashed down upon Yu Hua. This wind demon possessed return to void stage power. The scimitar was imbued with the power of wind, making it extremely sharp, and it instantly dislocated the space before it. The scimitar slashed through the air in a black trajectory that was extremely fast and lethal. Star-plucking hand. Vice Principal Yu Hua's hand suddenly transformed into a crystalline form, which shimmered with a peculiar light under the sunlight, and he gripped the oncoming scimitar with one hand. Crack! A violent screeching sound erupted, right before the purple-robed wind demon's incredulous eyes. Its most powerful sure-kill technique was blocked by an ordinary-looking old man with a bare hand. A translucent hand clamped tightly onto the scimitar. Before the purple-robed wind demon had a chance to react, its other hand had already clenched into a fist before crashing down like a shooting star at twice the speed of its scimitar slash. Bam! The purple-robed wind demon's head exploded like a watermelon, and its aura completely dissipated. On the other side of the student camp, a man with a feather fan in his hand strode forward in a slow and leisurely manner. He was Sword Immortal Ming Yuan, who taught the students about karma. The oncoming wind demons were already less than 1,000 feet away. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan looked up into the sky and heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. Blades are going to fall from the sky. All of the wind demons chortled with mirth. There's a maniac up ahead. Let's go bully him first. Their voices had only just fallen when countless blades suddenly rained down from the sky. And these weren't just ordinary blades either. They were able to slice through the wind demon's tough scales with ease. Blood instantly splattered through the air as the wind demon's blood-curdling cries rang out incessantly. Blood instantly stained the ground below. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan looked at the wind demons charging toward him despite the rain of sabers, and his brows furrowed. Don't run too fast, or you'll slip and fall to your deaths. I have a feeling that half of you wind demons are going to fall to your deaths. F***CKU. How could we wind demons fall to our deaths? A soul formation stage wind demon roared with rage as an azure blade of wind revolved around its hand before slashing toward the man in the distance. Right at this moment, its foot suddenly slipped, and its body fell toward the ground. A normal fall wouldn't have been so bad, but the blade that had fallen from the sky earlier was still on the ground. The blade was a double-edged blade with a head and a tail, and it was stabbed into the ground with a sharp blade projection aimed directly at its heart. Splat! The wind demon that was still yelling and screaming just a moment ago felt a chill run down its spine. In the moments before its death, it stared in disbelief at the man standing in the distance. Eerie, mysterious, absurd, incomprehensible, all sorts of emotions welled up in its heart before it finally stopped breathing. Not only did the wind demon fall to its death, but all of the charging wind demons were also tripped by some kind of unstoppable force before falling to their deaths. The remaining wind demons were truly terrified. The man before them was completely, unfathomably eerie. They were just about to circle around the man and let the purple-robed Wind Emperor deal with him when Sword Immortal Ming Yuan spoke again. Ah! The remaining wind demons don't move. If you take another 3 steps, you'll explode on the spot. All of the wind demons' expressions shifted drastically upon hearing this. After witnessing the sinister nature of this man, most of the wind demons didn't dare to continue charging forward. Then, all of the wind demons that didn't dare to move were greeted by the sight of Sword Immortal Ming Yuan unleashing a sword projection that struck despair into their hearts, total annihilation. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan wiped out all of the remaining wind demons with a single sword strike. Hee how obedient. They really are dumb enough to stop moving and become live targets. If the dead wind demons heard Sword Immortal Ming Yuan's words, they would probably be enraged back to life. At the same time, the other returned to void stage teachers, such as the Flying Sword God and Madagascar, all of whom were top-tier soul formation stage powerful beings. All unleashed their most powerful attacks. Only now did the wind demons realize how naive they had been to think that they could win. Even though their average strength was superior to the average strength of the students, their opponents' top-tier combat prowess was more than enough to crush their entire army. Chapter 13:26. The battle between the wind demons and the teachers and students would most likely draw to a conclusion soon. However, it was very difficult for the teachers and students to be elated, as they knew that the battle that would determine the fate of the celestial court was not here. Instead, it was the battle between the 5 emperors and the heavenly wind god. It could be said that Sword Immortal Mingyuan was Enlin's teacher, who understood Enlin the best. His eyes looked toward where Enlin was, and a peculiar light flickered incessantly in his eyes. Like clouds and mist, his eyes quickly became clear and translucent again. Your fate is the most peculiar. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to predict your fate. However, this time, no matter how I try to predict your fate will still be death. A grief-stricken expression appeared on Sword Immortal Mingyuan's face, and he shook his head after a short pause. But that's not necessarily the case. This is only the future that I have predicted. No one can predict everything in this world, but I still feel like there is hope. At this moment, on the battlefield between the 5 emperors, the heavenly wind god once again knocked the 5 emperors into the ground with its invincible might. What a stubborn foe! As expected, a divine Tao that has been developed to the extreme is very difficult to kill. The heavenly wind god made its way toward the celestial Darch, who was covered in blood. There were already a few ghastly wounds on the celestial Thearka's body, and the metal essence battle wind was wreaking havoc through the wounds, which were still relentlessly destroying his body. He half knelt to the ground and panted heavily. Even though his entire body was trembling, and his consciousness was extremely depleted, and his aura was extremely feeble, he still hadn't fallen. The celestial Darch couldn't fall yet. If he did, the celestial court would truly be finished. He raised his head to look at the god walking toward him, and a smile appeared on his face. There's still a gap between you and the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy me, it wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. I'm sure you're still being unconsciously suppressed by the heavenly Tao here, right? So what? I can kill you with ease. The heavenly wind god remained expressionless as the streams of wind in his hand materialized into a golden wind saber, and he was about to end the celestial Thearka's life with a single slash. Outside the enchantment barrier, all of the immortals had their hearts in their throats. The 7 celestial maidens attacked the barrier with all their might, loudly chanting the celestial emperor's name. Not only did the celestial Darch represent the highest combat power of the celestial court, but he was also the spiritual pillar and true leader of the celestial court. If the celestial Darch fell, would the celestial court still be the celestial court of the past? Yang Jian held the divine trident in his hand. His 3 eyes widened and he gritted his teeth, but he was at his wit's end. Is the celestial court really going to perish here? Chang'e sighed faintly. She inadvertently looked somewhere inside the enchantment, and her beautiful eyes moved slightly. Die. The heavenly wind god's saber fell. The celestial emperor was barely holding on, but he was unable to dodge this lightning-fast saber technique. A gust of wind blew, and a black shadow descended from the sky, slashing at the edge of the golden saber. Bang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Divine light burst forth, and the golden saber's trajectory was deflected before it landed beside the celestial Darch. The ground that had been reinforced by the Tao integration stage protective formation was instantly torn into a massive trench several dozen kilometers in length. And Lin landed on the ground and picked up the celestial Darch before retreating for over a kilometer. The heavenly wind god was slightly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. All of the immortals outside the enchantment barrier stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Isn't that Enlin? It's Enlin. It really is Enlin. Enlin ran away with the celestial Darch. He's that small war god of the celestial court. Some of the immortals looked at the white-robed figure with an indescribable glimmer of hope in their hearts. However, most of them were filled with pessimism. The heavenly wind god was so fearsome that even the true war god of the celestial court, Yang Jian, would be no match for him, let alone the small war god of the celestial court. Why are you still standing up at a time like this? Do you have to be so stupid? Lin Junjun pursed her lips as she stared at the retreating man with tears welling up in her eyes. An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. "Sister, shouldn't we be cheering for Enlin at a time like this?" Celestial Maiden Tian Sho suddenly chimed in. "That's right. Enlin is such a good cook, so he must be very good at fighting as well. Don't give up, we have to cheer for him." Celestial Maiden Tian Xian chimed in. Lin Junjun only came to her senses now. Right now, they couldn't do anything other than cheer for the team. "Are we going to be Enlin's cheerleaders?" Lin Junjun couldn't help but burst into laughter with this in mind. She was extremely elated to see a glimmer of light in a future filled with darkness. Thus, the cheers of the 7 celestial maidens erupted from outside the enchantment barrier. Their cheers were a stark contrast to the current situation in the celestial court. And Lin looked up at the 7 celestial maidens outside the enchantment barrier with a knowing smile on his face. "Why are you standing up? Are you insane?" The celestial Darch beside Enlin forced himself to take a deep breath before reprimanding him. He was aware of how powerful Enlin was. Even though he was very powerful, he was still far inferior to the 5 emperors and on a completely different level compared to the heavenly wind god. What was the difference between him standing up and committing suicide? "If I didn't stand up, you would already be dead," Enlin said. The celestial Darch, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." Enlin placed the celestial Darch down beside the rock before unleashing a simple defensive spell technique before turning to face the heavenly wind god. The heavenly wind god was in a very strange state. It wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, it looked at the golden wind saber in its hand and cocked its head to the side with a hint of confusion on its face. The tense atmosphere suddenly took a strange turn. What is the heavenly wind god doing? It seems to be wary of Enlin. All of the celestial immortals suddenly had a bold thought. That's impossible. Enlin is only at the soul formation stage, and his combat prowess is only at the return to void pinnacle stage at most. How could the heavenly wind god be wary of him? Just as all of the celestial immortals were feeling extremely perplexed. Enlin finally sprang into action. That's right. Enlin had chosen to strike first. In a battle of this caliber, seizing the initiative before the enemy was ready was the most important thing to do. Origin energy of the netherworld. Wings of wind. Wind sword. Enlin's speed was elevated to its maximum, and he appeared before the heavenly wind god in the blink of an eye before slashing his evil-slaying sword through the air in a lethal, inky black trajectory. The heavenly wind god could tell that Enlin was moving very quickly, but it was very slow in its eyes. It raised its saber to block the trajectory of the evil-slaying sword. However, the evil-slaying sword suddenly changed its trajectory in midair and slashed toward its saber-wielding arm. Interesting. Are you going to slice off my arm? I have a wind barrier anyway, so you can slice off my arm one more time. The heavenly wind god focused its gaze and ignored Enlin's sword strike. Instead, the golden wind saber in its hand slashed toward Enlin's head. Many of the celestial immortals couldn't bear to watch this any longer. Lin Junjun and the others were so nervous that they bit down on their lips, but they were completely unaware of this. Whoosh! Right before the dumbstruck eyes of countless celestial immortals, an arm holding a golden saber was swung into the sky. Flesh and blood were separated, and white blood splattered through the air. This scene seemed to have been frozen in time. Within the image, the white-robed man was still in the same posture, but the heavenly wind god's arm had already been sliced off. Chapter 13:27. My God, am I hallucinating? One of the immortals murmured to himself. The 7 celestial maidens' voices also came to an abrupt halt as they stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. I'm not dreaming, right? And Lin sliced off one of the heavenly wind god's arms. Aside from the celestial Darch, none of the other 4 emperors were able to break through the heavenly wind god's defenses, but Enlin was able to do so. This, all of the immortals were astonished and in disbelief. Everything that had just happened was far too unimaginable for them to comprehend. However, no matter how astonished they were, a certain ball of fire had been ignited in their hearts. On the battlefield against the wind demons, some of the teachers and students had already begun to cheer as they looked at the battlefield in the distance. Mighty God, and senior student in Lin is invincible. He's so cool. I told you, classmate in Lin is the #1 legend of our school. His legend will definitely continue. We have to do our best as well. Let's kill all of the wind demons. The battle between the teachers and students and the wind demons continued, and the morale of the teachers and students was extremely high. In contrast, the wind demons were already on the brink of collapse. Su Xiaolan burned the last purple-robed wind demon to ashes before turning her gaze toward the distance, where a man was currently engaged in the most critical battle. The heavenly wind god's arm had been sliced off by Enlin. All of the spectators were extremely astonished to see this, and even the 5 emperors were dumbstruck. However, Enlin was not surprised in the slightest. Instead, he heaved a secret sigh of relief. Sure enough, the evil slaying sword was able to break through the defensive power of the snow mountain, so it should be able to break through the heavenly wind god's defenses as well. He could kill this heavenly wind god. And Lin stepped forward and unleashed his wind sword technique again, which flashed like an inky black sword as it slashed toward the heavenly wind god's neck. The heavenly wind god had lost an arm, so there was no way it would be able to defend itself at such a close range. Everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. There was only this sword left in the world. However, right at this moment, the severed arm that had been tossed into the sky, the wind blade that had been condensed from the metal origin battle wind, suddenly pierced into the ground like a golden beam of light. Rumble! The golden light fell to the ground, shattering rocks and piercing through the entire floating continent. Everything happened so fast that no one could react in time, including Enlin. When everyone looked over again, Enlin's body was still leaning forward, and the evil-slaying sword in his hand had already been gripped tightly by the heavenly wind god's other hand. Drip, drip, fresh blood dripped onto the ground, and soon blood flowed like a river. Everyone took a closer look and discovered that a fist-sized hole had been pierced through Enlin's chest. His entire white Taoist robe was dyed red with blood, and Lin's body swayed slightly, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. And Lin! Hold on. Outside the barrier, the immortals' hearts were in their throats. The 7 celestial maidens all covered their mouths and cried out in alarm. Shui Zhantian Dabai and the other beast pets all yelled out their master's name. Su Xiaolan looked in Lin's direction as she gripped her dragon sparrow sword tightly. The tables had turned far too quickly, and the hope that had just been ignited felt like it was about to be snuffed out again. The heavenly wind god gripped the evil-slaying sword tightly with a curious expression on its face. Your weapon is very special. Why was it able to break through my heavenly wind power? And Lin gritted his teeth, and flames of rage seemed to erupt from his eyes. All of a sudden, a golden eye appeared on his forehead. Golden ripples proliferated throughout heaven and earth. Divine plunder technique. And Lin was trying to plunder the heavenly wind god's power. In the next instant, a boundless power crashed into his mind, making him feel as if he were a speck of dust facing the entire heaven and earth, making him appear extremely tiny and feeble. This power was not something that he could handle, and indescribable pain instantly swept through his entire body. And Lin gripped his head and howled in anguish as the divine plunder technique instantly crumbled. The heavenly wind god's golden eyes flashed with astonishment. How interesting. You're trying to plunder my power. Its severed arm materialized again, and it latched onto Enlin's neck, upon which the sound of bones fracturing erupted from Enlin's neck. A smile appeared on the heavenly wind god's face amid Enlin's agonized cries. Don't you know that I am the heavens? The power to plunder the heavens? Aren't you overthinking things, Yuant? and Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he forced himself to take a deep breath as the divine light of his evil-slaying sword suddenly engulfed heaven and earth, transforming all light into pure darkness. Divine Tool Domain activate. The heavenly wind god's hand suddenly missed, and Lin's body transformed into darkness and appeared somewhere else. At the same time, he unleashed his most powerful sword strike. Evil sword technique, Eternal Night. Darkness surged, and the peerlessly sharp sword projection threatened to plunge the entire world into eternal darkness, engulfing power, engulfing space, engulfing laws, engulfing everything. Eternal Night's method of attack was very similar to Emperor Changsheng's heaven engulfing formation. But Eternal Night also possessed the power to slice through the laws of heaven and earth, thereby posing a threat to the heavenly wind god. Heavenly Meridian Opening. The divine halo above the heavenly wind god's head glowed with a brilliant divine light, and clear meridians suddenly appeared all over its pristine white body. Its aura soared explosively, as if the entire heavens had been enraged, and even the divine Tool Domain was on the brink of collapse. It unleashed a simple punch. Bam! And Lin's Eternal Night strike, which was invisible to the naked eye, suddenly exploded before being nullified by the peculiar power of wind. Not only that, but the white wind was imbued with absolute, slicing power, pulverizing the divine Tool Domain before sweeping over Lin's body. Over 100 ghastly wounds were instantly inflicted on Lin's body. Blood gushed forth, and he fell to the ground as if he were a crimson man. However, he used his hands to prop himself up from the ground as he hovered in midair. You're very interesting. You have an aura similar to mine, a strange ability and the power to wound me. Who are you? The heavenly wind god made its way toward the crimson man and Lin. Can't speak? That makes sense. Your divine body has already sustained over 99% damage, so it's a bit difficult for you to speak. Theoretically speaking, you've already lost the ability to prop yourself up. So why haven't you fallen yet? The heavenly wind god turned to Lin, who was struggling to stay on the ground, and a golden wind saber appeared in its hand. And Lin panted heavily, and his vision gradually blurred. He was clearly on the brink of collapse, but there was only one thought that kept reminding himself. I can't fall, I can't fall. If I lose, my classmates, teachers, friends, beast pets, and Xiaolan will all die here. I can't lose. So be it, I'll kill you and study your sword slowly. Die. And Lin. Two voices sounded at the same time. Chapter 1328. And Lin could tell that the voice calling out to him belonged to Su Xiaolan. His muddle-headed mind instantly became clear. At this moment, the golden blade projection was already crashing down upon him. So fast! I can't evade it. And Lin tried to move, only to find that his entire body felt as if it had been imbued with lead, and he was struck by the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart. Right at this moment, the evil-slaying sword in his hand tremored violently before suddenly erupting with an inky black divine light. The heavenly wind god's expression shifted. A chubby little girl had already taken over in Lin's place and was now holding onto the evil-slaying sword. Was this the sword spirit? Even if the sword spirit were to strike, it would be too late. And Lin was dead for sure. The heavenly wind god's golden wind saber continued to fall. Bam! The heavenly wind god's head suddenly exploded. Due to inertia, the golden wind saber was also slapped away by the little girl. Silence, deathly silence. All of the immortals outside the enchantment barrier, the tens of thousands of students and teachers, the 5 emperors, and Lin stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Little Xia, and Lin was both surprised and elated as he yelled out the little girl's name with great difficulty. Never would he have thought that little Xia would move on her own in a dire situation. She really was his little darling. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilation. Little Xia spoke in an extremely cold and tender voice as her evil-slaying sword continued to fall upon the heavenly wind god's body. The heavenly wind god's headless body suddenly sprang into action at a speed even faster than little Sia's sword. It instantly clamped onto little Sia's wrist with one hand, while its other hand punctured little Sia's chest like a blade, upon which golden blades of wind wreaked havoc upon little Sia's body. Little Sia! And Lin's heart throbbed with pain upon seeing this. Little Sia's features paled as she turned to Lin. What are you waiting for? Bam! There was another explosion. The heavenly wind god reduced little Sia's body to nothingness. In that instant, Lin felt as if he had been plunged into a glacial pit, and he glared at the heavenly wind god with boundless rage and hatred burning in his eyes. At this moment, a force suddenly came from his waist, and he was sent flying backwards. Xiaolan, you, let me go. What are you doing here? Its target is me. And Lin struggled, and the woman who was dragging him back was none other than Su Xiaolan. He was really afraid that he would implicate Su Xiaolan. Only by facing the heavenly wind god head-on would one realize just how terrifying it was. Su Xiaolan held Lin's waist with one hand, pursed her lips stubbornly, and kept running away. I really can't watch you die in front of me. The barrier has already trapped this world. Where else can you take me? And Lin struggled with great difficulty. Let me go. I want to fight. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from behind them. The heavenly wind god chased after them with its evil-slaying sword in hand, unleashing several hundred terrifying sword strikes in an instant. Su Xiaolan unleashed a mystic technique, and her body flickered as she evaded the heavenly wind god's sword projections. There doesn't seem to be anything special about using this sword like this. How strange! How is this **TTY sword able to slice through my power laws? The heavenly wind god swung its sword through the air as it spoke with a mocking expression. In its eyes, Su Xiaolan and Lin were like two ants on the brink of death. Let me go, let me go. And Lin was still struggling. Su Xiaolan was already struggling to evade the heavenly wind god's attacks. And as they made a sharp turn, Lin wriggled like a loach, causing Su Xiaolan to lose her grip, and Lin fell from the sky. Aya, Lin! Su Xiaolan was given a fright, and she reached out to grab Lin, only to find that she missed. Lin had successfully diverted Su Xiaolan's attacks, only to find that his body was completely beyond his control. He had been severely wounded, and his divine body was almost completely useless. There was also a protruding rock on the ground. Thump! A violent crash erupted, accompanied by the shattering of the rock and the splattering of blood. Just like that, Lin lay flat on the ground. All of the immortals, teachers, and students drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Some of them were already wailing Lin's name. There was only one thought in their minds. Lin wasn't going to fall to his death just like that, was he? There was a very good chance of that happening. Even the heavenly wind god faltered slightly. Just as Lin's consciousness was beginning to blur, a clear voice sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Detected that host is facing a grave threat. Are you willing to sacrifice a fifth of your life force? You will receive unimaginable power. You have currently lost 2/5 of your life force. And Lin cursed in his heart. The systems hack had finally appeared. I'm willing. And Lin replied almost without any hesitation. In the next instant, his consciousness gradually cleared, and all of his injuries were healed. Furthermore, 3 black sword slashes appeared on his forehead. And Lin stood up with a warm and gentle aura in his eyes, and he heaved a light sigh of relief. Everyone was dumbstruck. They didn't understand what was going on. Madagascar, Celestial Immortal Mingyuan, and Xian Yuancheng were all looking at Lin with complex expressions. They had seen Lin use this power before. That's the third one. Su Xiaolan murmured to herself as she clenched her fists. And Lin seemed to have sensed something, and he turned toward the woman in a jade dress with a warm smile on his face. I'm fine. define my A***s. Su Xiaolan couldn't repress her tears as she spoke with an aggrieved and self-reproachful expression. I accidentally dropped you to the ground. It's all my fault, and Lin was a little speechless. I have to thank you instead. If the heavenly wind god had attacked me, I would probably have died before this thing even appeared. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Get away from me, and we'll talk in a minute. Su Xiaolan nodded obediently before flying into the distance. What's going on? The celestial arch was dumbstruck as he looked at Enlin, who had miraculously recovered from all of his injuries. I don't know either. He's in a very peculiar state right now. I can't sense his aura at all, but I feel like he's supposed to be there. Emperor Ziwei, who had been severely wounded to the ground, spoke with a perplexed expression. A lifelike head materialized on the heavenly wind god's headless body once again. It scratched its head as it looked at Enlin. Did I hear that right? Did you just say that you can take care of me in a minute? I might only need half a minute. Enlin spread open his hand, and the evil-slaying sword tremored violently before flying toward his hand. The heavenly wind god was still gripping the evil-slaying sword tightly, but its body was also carried away by the power imbued within the sword. Ha ha ha! Reckless ant! Have you not realized that I have an immortal body? The heavenly Tao exists forever, and I will never die. You will never be able to defeat me. The heavenly wind god chortled with glee as it activated its heavenly veins to its fullest extent. It gripped the evil-slaying sword tightly before slashing down upon Enlin's power. Ding! The crisp ringing of a sword erupted. Enlin extended a pair of fingers to clamp down on the heavenly wind god's evil-slaying sword. The heavenly wind god's pupils contracted as incredulity appeared on its face. Slap! A resounding slap reverberated through heaven and earth. The heavenly wind god had been slapped in the face. The body formed from the power of the heavenly god of wind was almost on the verge of collapse. Chapter 13:29. A resounding slap reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Everyone's hearts jolted upon seeing this. No one would have thought that Enlin would unleash such a resounding slap upon his first attempt. Not only was it just a single slap, but it was so powerful that it almost shattered the heavenly wind god's body. This was a feat that even the 5 emperors combined were unable to accomplish. While everyone was shocked, an inexplicable sense of carefreeness welled up within them. The heavenly wind god was a little dumbstruck by that slap. Impossible. I'm one of the representatives of the heavenly Tao. Even if my power has been restricted, there's no way I could be shattered by a single slap. In contrast to the heavenly wind god's confusion and astonishment, Enlin wore a disappointed expression. What? You're so fragile. I was going to torture you, but I guess I'll pass. The heavenly wind god. Everyone, a dazzling bolt of rainbow lightning suddenly burst forth from Enlin's fingers, which were gripping onto the evil-slaying sword. The lightning crawled along the blade of the evil-slaying sword, all the way up the heavenly wind god's arm before spreading throughout its entire body. Ah! For some reason, the heavenly wind god was struck by an extremely terrifying sense of pain, and it let loose an involuntary wail. The evil-slaying sword slipped out of its hand and was retrieved by Enlin. Green light surged into the heavens as an indescribable healing power surged into the evil-slaying sword in a frenzy. I'm sorry, little Xia. You were wounded so severely because of me. I'll make him pay. Enlin spoke with an apologetic expression. He gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand while unleashing rainbow lightning with his other hand. Lightning crashed down upon the heavenly wind god. Not only was the rainbow lightning extremely powerful, but it was also able to ignore the heavenly wind god's protective barrier and strike directly at its essence. It was exactly because of this that the heavenly wind god was struck by an excruciating pain. Never would the heavenly wind god have thought that an ant that it could crush with ease a moment ago would be able to unleash such terrifying power. A sense of emotion that it had never experienced before enshrouded its entire body. Kill. I have to kill you. I can't let you live. The heavenly wind god's determination suddenly became extremely clear and firm. This child must not be allowed to live. It used all the power it could use, and its entire body shone with endless white, divine light. The wind and clouds rolled for tens of thousands of miles, like an incomparably huge funnel. Within the vortex, the heavenly wind god's eyes were as bright as the sun, and its white divine halo was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. At this moment, it had already transformed into a supreme god, and it was emanating a brilliant and boundless heavenly might. That's right. This was a power that struck fear into the hearts of even Tao integration stage super mighty figures. The rainbow lightning that covered its body was instantly shattered by the wind. Speed, pressure, devour, reduce, crush, annihilate, everything was maximized. Kill, kill, kill. The heavenly wind god had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Its murderous aura even resonated with heaven and earth, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone had an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Heaven wants to kill Enlin. Unknowingly, the terrifying divine wind had already ravaged the entire campus. On the tens of thousands of square kilometers of land that had been reinforced by the formation, the earth cracked inch by inch. The endless mountains were cut off, the houses were smashed, and the sea of trees was blown into tiny sawdust. This was the full power of the heavenly wind god, and heaven and earth were completely unable to withstand it. All of a sudden, space crumbled, and chaotic turbulence erupted as if it were the end of the world. The divine wind that was powerful enough to easily kill returned to void stage mighty figures, surged violently before sweeping toward the tens of thousands of students and teachers. All of the students and teachers were deathly pale, and even Vice Principal Yuhua wore an expression of despair. They were trapped within the enchantment barrier and had nowhere to run to in the face of this terrifying divine wind god. This was the power unleashed by the heavenly wind god. Vice Principal Yuhua and the other return to void stage mighty figures were not going to be able to protect so many students. Right at this critical moment, an inky black and gargantuan body suddenly appeared before them. This was a whale with 4 short legs and thick, sausage-like lips. It was like a massive mountain range that stood in the way of the divine wind god. Rumble! The divine wind god crashed relentlessly into its black body, inflicting a series of ghastly wounds on its body. Principal! Tears welled up in the eyes of all of the students and teachers upon seeing this, and they were almost moved to tears. The principal, who had been completely invisible this entire time, had suddenly appeared and risked his life to save them. The whale let loose a cry and turned its head to the side as its body gradually became semi-transparent. Everyone could see the location wherein Lin was battling through the whale's semi-transparent body. The whale's large, lifelike eyes were curved into crescent moons, and the corners of its lips curled up into a knowing smile. All of the students and teachers were moved to tears again. Sob, sob, sob. Principal Wang, you're truly a good principal who has touched the hearts of the 9 states. He's already been ravaged by the divine wind god, but he still wants to satisfy our desire to spectate. Is there such a considerate principal in this world? Senior student and Lin, I love you. Be careful. We're talking about the principal here. Principal, I love you. On the battlefield, the heavenly wind god was exuding boundless divine might. You must die today. It spoke in a completely emotionless voice, as if it were issuing a judgment to all living beings, and all they had to do was accept it. Only now did the heavenly wind god exhibit some self-awareness of the heavenly Tao. And Lin stood not far away from the heavenly wind god, and his expression didn't change in the slightest. Is this all you've got? And Lin felt like there was nothing he couldn't do. He also wanted to see just how terrifying a so-called representative of the heavenly Tao was. It looked like The heavenly wind god focused its gaze, and a golden, chaotic divine wind crashed down upon Enlil like a divine saber. It was so fast that even the 5 emperors were unable to keep up with it. Golden light illuminated heaven and earth, and only this saber strike remained. It was undoubtedly the case that if this attack were to strike any one of the 5 emperors, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Evil sword technique. First technique, spatial slash. Enlil wielded his evil slaying sword and flicked it through the air, creating a series of sword projections. The golden chaos divine saber that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth was sliced in half from the middle. Boom! Even after being sliced in half, the extremely terrifying blade projection still crashed into the ground, tearing a bottomless abyss into the ground. A hint of emotion appeared in the heavenly wind god's eyes upon seeing this. Evil sword technique, second technique, flash thrust. Enlin's body suddenly disappeared on the spot. Everyone felt like Enlil had disappeared into thin air, with the exception of the heavenly wind god. The heavenly wind god pressed its hands forward, and over 10,000 layers of circular wind shields instantly materialized, each of which was imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, Enlil appeared before the heavenly wind god in the next instant before thrusting his evil-slaying sword forward. The inky black sword blade struck the 10,000 layers of wind shields and tore through all of the wind shields like a hot knife through butter. Regardless of whether it was the power of wind or the laws of wind, everything was pierced through. The 10,000 layers of wind shields were all broken in less than a second. The evil-slaying sword pierced through the heavenly wind god's chest right before everyone's eyes. Enlil raised his head to meet the heavenly wind god's dumbstruck eyes with a smile. The power of the heavenly Tao. Is that so? Chapter 1330. No one would have thought that Enlil would still be able to stab his evil-slaying sword into the heavenly wind god's chest even after it had unleashed its full power. However, this was happening right before their eyes. The heavenly wind god was astonished, confused, and perplexed. It really didn't understand. It represented the will of the heavenly Tao and possessed the paramount power of the heavenly gods. So why was it unable to defeat a human? Where did this human come from? Bursts of divine light erupted from Enlin's evil-slaying sword, and black vein patterns began to spread from the puncture point before crawling all over the heavenly wind god's body. Only now did the heavenly wind god suddenly discover that its power had been restricted. Even the divine halo above its head was quickly dimming, as if it had been disintegrated and engulfed by some kind of power. This is impossible. My power represents the heavens. How could it be restricted? This doesn't make any sense. The heavenly wind god raised its hand to discover that its hand was trembling and completely powerless. It couldn't even muster up any power, let alone retaliate. All of a sudden, it seemed to have realized something, and it turned to Enlil with astonishment on its face. The representative of the heavenly Tao can't be restricted, unless it's a higher. Before it even had a chance to finish its sentence, Enlin's sword had already struck the heavenly wind god's body, slicing it in half. A black sword projection erupted forth like a black crescent moon before completely engulfing the heavenly wind god's body, leaving no trace behind. He had slain the heavenly wind god with a single sword strike. Heaven and earth returned to normal. Only Enlil stood silently on the barren earth. Is it over? The celestial Darch murmured to himself as he looked at the man in the blood-stained white robe. The other 4 emperors were also looking around nervously in fear of the heavenly wind god reappearing. The celestial Darch had blasted the heavenly wind god's body apart, yet it was still able to suddenly revive. The emperors had no choice but to be cautious this time. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out in the void. All of the immortals' hearts jolted with anxiety, but some of them immediately burst into tears of joy as they looked toward the source of the sound. The blue prismatic enchantment barrier had been shattered. This meant that there was no longer any energy left to maintain the barrier. The invincible heavenly wind god that had brought nightmares to the celestial court had really been slain by Enlin. Success! The heavenly wind god is dead. We really won. We finally won. The celestial court has finally escaped this calamity. Enlin is truly worthy of being called the god of war of the celestial court. The blue barrier shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. Enlin raised his head and looked at the immortals flying towards him excitedly. His body relaxed, and the power in his body flowed out like crazy. His body became empty, and he fell backwards. Then he felt a gentle touch from behind, and for a moment he bumped into a warm and fragrant embrace. Smelling that familiar fragrance, Enlin smiled and said, "Xiaolan, what do you think? Am I handsome?" Su Xiaolan hugged Enlin, and her eyes were red. She wanted to scold him, but she didn't have the heart to do so. She could only say softly, "Handsome, very handsome. But don't do that again, all right?" "I know. Don't worry, there won't be a next time." Enlin rubbed his head against the woman behind him to take advantage of her again. A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, but she cast aside her thoughts at the sight of Enlin's feeble state. "Xiaolan, I'm very tired. I'm going to take a nap. All right, do you want to sleep in the coffin?" "All right." In reality, compared to a coffin, Enlin would much rather sleep in Su Xiaolan's arms. Thus, Enlin was slowly placed into the blood soul jade coffin right before the eyes of all the immortals. His eyes were tightly shut, and his expression was one of serenity. Many of the immortals had tears welling up in their eyes, and some of them were even shedding tears. Wow, Mr. Enlin is the most noble person I've ever met. Ever since he stood up for his friends, teachers, and the celestial court without fear of death, he is the immortal that I, Naja, admire the most. He is the war god, the true war god of the celestial court. I'll never forget Enlin Hua. All of the immortals wept as they looked at the coffin. The celestial Thearcha's expression darkened upon seeing this. "Oi, can you guys restrain yourselves? It looks like you're mourning for Enlin, do you understand?" All of the immortals came to their senses and came to a sudden realization. That's right, Enlin wasn't dead, so this was indeed a very strange situation. They didn't say anything, but they didn't leave either. Instead, they stared at the man in the coffin with gratitude and reverence in their eyes. Lin Junjun carefully supported the celestial arch as they also made their way toward the coffin. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she stared intently at the man in the coffin. The celestial arch was feeling a little depressed. His father was severely wounded, but his daughter was completely focused on the man in the coffin. This was way too heart-wrenching. However, this was understandable. Celestial Maiden Chang. He was an exquisitely beautiful woman, but she was nowhere near as eye-catching as Enlin at a time like this. She stood beside the coffin and looked at Enlin with her beautiful eyes, and she suddenly understood why Tao Lord Luya held him in such high regard. It had to be said, Enlin was always able to surprise her every time. Looks like I'll have to work harder. At the very least, I'll be able to refine the divine pills at a faster rate. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you'll become after taking those divine pills. A mesmerizing smile appeared on Chang Yi's face as anticipation shimmered in her eyes. Erlingshin looked at Enlin with an expression full of emotion. Ever since I heard that you beat up Ziwei and became known as the little war god of the celestial court, I've always thought that you would one day replace me as the war god of the celestial court. But I didn't think that this day would come so soon. Yang Jian wasn't someone who held himself back. On the contrary, he held Enlin in high regard. The celestial court was extremely fortunate to have a war god like Enlin in their ranks. At the same time, at the center of the divine mountain, within the spatial gate, 2 more wind devils jumped out. Ha ha ha! Foolish humans! Do you know how terrifying our wind empresses are now? Kill, kill, kill! Kill them all! The 2 wind demons appeared outside the spatial gate. However, They were not greeted by the sight of rivers of human blood. Instead, they were greeted by a vast expanse of barren land. Tens of thousands of wind demons had all disappeared. Oh, wait, there were still some severed limbs on the ground. A Tao integration stage, four-legged whale, and tens of thousands of students and teachers all turned toward the two wind demons at the same time. Gulp! The wind demons swallowed as their legs became a little weak, and they turned around in an attempt to flee back into the spatial gate. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The spatial gate to the other world suddenly cracked, shattering into pieces on the ground. Without the support of a certain power, there was no way back. The two wind demons' eyes widened as if they were about to go insane. What if the gate back exploded? I'm waiting for an answer. Behind them were tens of thousands of powerful humans. These were powerful beings who had completely annihilated their entire wind demon army. How were two soul formation stage wind demons supposed to fight them? This was a hopeless situation. There was no way they could survive. Let's commit suicide. Otherwise, we'll wish we were dead. One of the wind demons suggested. All right. The other wind demon pulled out a saber. Right at this moment, a man with bushy eyebrows and large eyes suddenly appeared between the two wind demons with a buoyant smile. You want to die? It's not that easy. Chapter 1331. Vice Principal Yuhua used a spell technique to imprison the two wind demons before flying toward the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors had all sustained extremely severe injuries during this battle, but thankfully none of them had perished. After asking Su Xiaolan and ascertaining that Enlin was indeed unscathed, she finally departed and went into seclusion in order to recover from her injuries. Enlin was still lying in his coffin, and the 3 black sword scars on his forehead had disappeared. Something that transcended beyond the laws of the great Tao detached itself from his body and merged into the sky. Heaven and earth didn't seem to have changed at all. None of the living beings on the continent detected anything, including the extremely powerful emperors. Only the celestial Darch seemed to have sensed something, and he turned toward the sky. Meanwhile, within a mystic realm that was enshrouded in auspicious light and immortal energy, a lithe and graceful woman with the lower body of a snake and the lower body of a human was also looking up into the sky, as if she could see through the mystic realm to the changes taking place in the outside world. What she didn't realize was that the sprinkler that was used to water the flowers was still spraying out divine liquid to water the flowers, thereby inadvertently dampening the immortal rank flowers. Within the celestial court, Xiuxian United University, the beautiful campus had already been reduced to rubble. Not a single place within a radius of tens of thousands of square kilometers was unscathed, and this was even after the University Protection Formation had been reinforced. If it weren't for the University Protection Formation and Principal Wang Xianyu injecting his power into the formation, the entire floating continent would have most likely been completely destroyed by this battle. The little whale looked at the ravaged campus and blew out a dejected bubble. Sai, my beautiful campus, how did you end up like this? Vice Principal Yuhua heaved a forlorn sigh. Sai, there's nothing we can do. We can only use some resources from the university's budget to conduct emergency repairs. This isn't called repair, it's called reconstruction. The little whale blew out a bubble. Wang Xinyu thought about it for a moment before blowing out another bubble. How about we call a Grandmaster Construction Cultivator over to do some repairs? That way, we'll be able to make the campus a little more beautiful. Do whatever the Grandmaster Construction Cultivator wants. Vice Principal Yuhua drew a sharp intake of breath. Does our school have that much money? Wang Xianyu's expression was solemn. Even if you don't have that much money, you have to squeeze it out for me. You have to give the teachers and students who have contributed greatly to this battle a good learning and teaching environment. Vice Principal Yuhua understood. The principal was very satisfied with the performance of the teachers and students in this battle. It was precisely because of this that it attached so much importance to its study life. No matter how tough it was, he couldn't let his teacher and students suffer. The two principals hit it off and decided to invest heavily in the next project to make the school more beautiful. In the darkness, after some time, and Lin slowly awoke, and what he saw was not a coffin lid. Instead, he was greeted by the sight of a large, soft bed. Ah, Giant and Lin is awake. The beautiful fairy was the first to notice this and let loose a cry of surprise. Dabai, Shui Zhantian, Xiao Hong, Little Gu, and all of his beast pets also pounced toward Lin with excitement in their eyes. Big brother, and you're finally awake. You made me wait for so long. Woof! Dabai stuck out its tongue as it massaged Lin's chest with its paws. Master, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Xiao Hong asked in her sweet voice, and Lin shook his head with a smile before sitting up and stretching his body. I'm full of energy. Master, your battle just then was far too astonishing. You could even slice through the power of the heavens with a single strike of your sword. I felt as if I had just ascended to the heavens, as expected of the peerless and unparalleled man who is destined to be remembered for eternity. Bad asterisk SS. Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings as he praised Lin with excitement. All right, that's enough. Let Master have some peace and quiet. Little Gu transformed into a colorful butterfly before dancing around Lin. Master, what do you want to do now? Do you want Little Gu to dance for you? Xiao Hong hesitated momentarily before replying in her sweet voice. Master, if you really want to see us dance, Little Gu and I can dance for you. And Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the two beast pets before him. He paused for a moment before asking, Are you guys all right? I'm not used to you guys behaving like this. Little Gu and Little Red were going to dance for him? My God, that didn't make sense at all. Those two noob fishes would do something like that. Could it be fake? Little Gu and Little Red were even more embarrassed by the incredulity and shock on Lin's face, as if they were little children who had done something wrong and were regretting their actions. Oi, what's wrong with you guys? You're making me so nervous. And Lin's expression darkened as he looked at his beast pets. At this moment, Tina flew over and grabbed onto Lin's index finger as tears shimmered in her emerald eyes. Wah, Giant and Lin, you must have paid an extremely heavy price for that mystic technique of yours to suddenly become so powerful, right? Dabai's ears drooped as he spoke with a dejected expression. The emperors of the celestial court have analyzed this matter. Big brother, you've just obtained an inexplicably powerful mystic technique, so there's no way that it wouldn't come without a price and repercussions. Tell us, how many days do you have left? And Lin's mouth gaped open. How many *King days do I have left? He finally understood why Xiao Hong and Little Gu were so considerate toward him. It turned out that they thought he was going to die, which was why they were so nice to him before they died. And Lin's lips twitched involuntarily with this in mind. What was this feeling of being touched and about to throw up blood at the same time? Regarding such *ketup matter, of course he had to explain it clearly. He couldn't let his beast pets worry about him. Furthermore, he didn't want his beast pets to think he was going to die every day. That kind of healing was very terrifying. I really am going to die soon. I can probably live for another year. A bitter expression appeared on Lin's face as he forced a smile onto his face. What? Only 1 year. Master! A depressing atmosphere instantly permeated the room as all of the beast pets had tears welling up in their eyes. I just want to see Xiao Hong and Little Gu dance for me before I die, and Lin continued. Xiao Hong and Little Gu immediately agreed upon hearing this. Xiao Hong transformed into a young woman in a fiery red dress. Her figure was exquisite, and her skin was as fair as snow. She had a pair of mesmerizing eyes that were as clear as water, and she was both pure and seductive at the same time. And Lin sighed internally. How long had it been since he had seen Xiao Hong like this? Compared to Tina, who was a pure and innocent fairy, Xiaohong was the real deal. With a shake of her body, Xiaogu also transformed into a tall, slender, and beautiful woman in a colorful dress. Compared to Xiaohong's seductive appearance, little Gu was more like a tranquil and graceful celestial maiden. This was the first time Lin had seen little Gu transform into a human form. He was astonished, but at the same time he was also exclaiming in his heart that he was going to die. Otherwise, how would he be able to enjoy such benefits? Just like that, Tina played the music, and Xiaohong and little Gu, two exquisite beauties of different styles, began to dance to the beat. It looked very harmonious and beautiful, and Lin was momentarily entranced, and he cheered loudly. Right at this moment, a woman in a jade dress opened the door. Chapter 1332. Yo, my hero and Lin. You just crawled out of your coffin, and you look quite energetic. Su Xiaolan leaned against the door and looked at Lin with a hint of a smile on her face. And Lin was just about to clap when an awkward expression appeared on his face. Xiaolan, listen to me. Little Red and Little Gu thought I wouldn't be able to live for long, so they danced for me. And Lin hurriedly explained. Little Red and Little Gu stopped dancing and stared at Lin with astonishment on their faces. We thought you wouldn't be able to live for long. Didn't you say you wouldn't be able to live for more than a year? So you were lying to us. Big Baddie, what a waste of our emotions. Xiaohong and little Gu let loose a shrill cry before pouncing toward Lin. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. And Lin was beaten to the ground by the two women. Su Xiaolan was still leaning against the door and pursed her lips. Man. Soon, a man and a woman ran into the room. Classmate and Lin, how did you become like this? Su Qianyun asked in a mellow voice with concern and panic on her face. Bruised and swollen. Is this a side effect of using a mystic technique? Xianyuan Cheng speculated. And Lin, bruised and swollen after using your mystic technique? In any case, Lin's beast pets and friends were finally reassured after another round of explanations. Xianyuan Cheng said, Our school is on a 10-day holiday to rebuild the campus. 3 days have already passed. We're currently in a courtyard beside the Jade Lake in the Celestial Court. Su Xiaolan smiled. Everyone else has already heard of your awakening. However, in order to ensure that you can rest in peace, I've rejected all of your classmates and teachers, as well as the immortals of the Celestial Court. Otherwise, they won't be able to fit in such a large courtyard. And Lin nodded in understanding. Right now, he was the most famous immortal in the Celestial Court. There were too many people who were concerned about him and worshipped him. There was an endless stream of people coming to him to express their condolences. He would not have any free time. However, the Celestial Arch said that after you've recovered, you can pick a time to come to the Celestial Arch Palace so that we can discuss what to do next, Su Xiaolan added. Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they heard this. They knew what that meant. In the eyes of the 5 emperors of the Celestial Court, perhaps Lin already had the qualifications to sit on equal footing with them and discuss matters together. Let's talk about this in the future. And Lin waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. His friends and pet beasts sat down in a circle in the beautiful courtyard, sipping tea as they chatted. I heard that the Celestial Court has completely sealed off any information regarding the Heavenly Wind God's attack. Most likely, only the most powerful figures in the Celestial Court are aware of this. Xianyuan Cheng took a sip of tea before speaking in an indifferent voice. Everyone else has also sworn Daoheart vows not to divulge this information. This is indeed a very important matter, so it's best not to divulge too much information. And Lin nodded in agreement with the Celestial Court's decision to seal off any information regarding this matter. Just the Heavenly Wind God's attempt to destroy the human race could be used by the foreign tribes to bring disaster to the human race. But a lot of people seem to be very interested in me, a chubby little girl in a black dress said with a resigned expression as she sipped her tea. And Lin couldn't help but pinch little Xia's soft cheeks. He only withdrew his hand after she glowered at him with a sheepish smile. There are already a lot of people interested in you, so what's wrong with a few more? I'm already used to it. Little Xia rolled her eyes. Used to it? They were all infatuated by my beauty before, but now they're trying to slice me up. How is that the same? It's all right. From the perspective of the celestial court, they're more interested in slicing and Lin than you. Su Xiaolan offered words of consolation, and Lin, Xiaolan, don't you feel guilty for saying this? Little Xia was indeed consoled, and she turned to Lin with a wide grin on her face. And Lin wore an aggrieved expression. Xian Yuan Chung laughed heartily. Classmate Lin, you'll have to carry the evil sling sword with you when you go out in the future. You'll have to be careful when you're sliced up. Class captain, even you're making fun of me. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. I can sense a deep sense of malice from this world. He turned to little Xia as he spoke, and he extended a demonic claw. In this cold and emotionless world, the two of us have a huge secret on our bodies, so we can only hug each other for warmth. His demonic claw landed on little Xia's soft, round cheeks, and it felt super good. Can you stop? Little Xia immediately flared up, and she raised her evil sling sword before charging after Lin. Save me, little Lan. The sword spirit is rebelling. And Lin yelled for help. Nicely done, little Xia. All men are pigs, little Lan said. And Lin. Everyone chatted and had fun in the courtyard, and before they knew it, another day had passed. In all honesty, and Lin's entire body had exploded upon seeing little Xia vanquished by the heavenly wind god's palm. Thankfully, sword spirits possessed special constitutions that allowed them to return to the sword to be nurtured again after being vanquished. And Lin unleashed a large-scale healing spell technique after detonating his body, and little Xia was quickly healed. An entire day passed. The next day, and Lin finally made his way toward the celestial Darch Pavilion. There were some things that he had to face now, and Lin looked up at the pristine, white pavilion in the distance. It hovered above the clouds and was enshrouded by bursts of divine light, giving it a holy and ethereal appearance. He made his way up the cloud staircase, and Lin extended a finger, upon which a gust of wind revolved around his fingertip. It was ethereal, as if it were in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had a feeling that if he were to unleash the wind on his fingertip, the wind would be able to sweep the celestial Darch Pavilion tens of thousands of kilometers away. This was a secret that he had, a secret that no one knew about. He possessed the power of the heavenly wind god. To put it more accurately, he had absorbed the heavenly wind god's power within the cultivation methods section on the system interface. His wind-type cultivation method was originally at the 2nd stage, but it had now been upgraded to the 9th stage. The system's explanation was Level 9 Wind Spirit Technique, the pinnacle of the Tao of Wind, the essential Tao of Wind, the power of the heavenly Tao. This was a super hack. However, he had tried to use the power of the heavenly wind god, but his power had been completely depleted before he could even use it. It was quite clear that he didn't have enough power to use it. Even so, his power in the Tao of Wind had increased to an extremely terrifying degree. And Lin knew that even though his system was a scam, it was still very bad *SS. However, the fact that it could even take away the power of the heavenly wind god struck him with a little fear. Could it be that the system was more bad *SS than the heavenly Tao? That was impossible. Then what was the relationship between the system and the heavenly Tao? Did this have something to do with his Tianming Tao physique? And Lin discovered that there were many mysteries surrounding him. These mysteries were extremely important to him, and he didn't dare to reveal them to anyone else. Otherwise, he would be dissected before he had a chance to unravel these mysteries. Phew! In any case, let's see what the Celestial Darch and the others have discovered first. and Lin arrived in front of the celestial, the arch pavilion, and exhaled lightly before pushing open the door. Chapter 1333. And Lin pushed open the door to the celestial, the arch pavilion. The scene inside was quite unexpected to him. There were no domineering decorations, nor was there an ethereal atmosphere. There was only a pure white space, a table, and a few chairs. 5 mighty figures who could shake the entire continent with a stomp of their feet sat around the table, chatting while munching on sunflower seeds. All of them turned in unison at the sight of Enlin before waving at him in a friendly manner. "Mr. Enlin, come here. Welcome, war god of the celestial court. Mr. Enlin, come and have some tea. Have a taste of my immortal tea." All of the emperors extended warm greetings to him, and Lin didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down on one of the chairs. He had actually interacted with all of these emperors before. Emperor Changsheng had given him a formation disc. Emperor Qinghua had tasted his frying pan dish during the chef god competition. Emperor Tianhuang had beaten Laden for him in the dark marshlands, and he had beaten Emperor Ziwei in the immortal spirit tower. As for the celestial Darch, he was even more familiar with him. The celestial Darch had saved his life on many occasions, and he had swindled a lot of money out of the celestial Thearcha's daughter. This tea is awesome. And Lin took a sip of the tea brewed by Emperor Qinghua to find that it was extremely delicious, and he felt as if his entire body was on cloud 9. Aside from that, there was also a faint, intent realm imbued within the tea, making Enlin feel as if he had been transported into a picturesque immortal realm. The pure white space around him instantly transformed into a world filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This was not an illusionary realm. This was an extremely realistic, intent realm. And Lin could even feel a furry white fox snuggling up against his chest. The soft and smooth sensation was not an illusion. The celestial Darch pointed at the intricate teapot with a smile upon seeing the astonishment on Enlin's face. "Don't underestimate the tea brewed by Qinghua. The tea leaves in this teapot are made from the immortal rank material, North Dream Immortal Spirit leaves," and Lin was truly astonished this time. Using immortal rank materials to brew tea? What a luxurious life! Emperor Qinghua stroked his snowy white beard and laughed heartily. "After escaping from death, I've realized that only idiots wouldn't use good things. If I really died one day, wouldn't all the good things on me be gone before I could properly enjoy them? Good stuff. Only when it's put to use will it be a good thing. What's the difference between an immortal rank material and an ordinary brick if it's placed in a storage ring?" After saying this, Emperor Qinghua took a comfortable sip of tea and was as elated as a celestial being. Oh no, he was an immortal. And Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing Emperor Qinghua's words. He felt like there seemed to be a lot of good stuff in his storage ring that he hadn't used yet. Come to think of it, I really have to thank Mr. Enlin for being able to survive. Emperor Qinghua stroked his beard and heaved a long sigh before turning to Enlin with a grateful smile on his face. "Please don't say that, Senior Qinghua. I didn't do anything worthy of praise or gratitude. I only did it to save the teachers and students, to save the celestial court, and to save the entire world." And Lin hurriedly replied in a polite manner. The 5 emperors' faces convulsed involuntarily upon hearing this. "We were only King thanking you for saving our lives, but you're elevating it to the level of saving the entire world, and you're saying there's nothing worthy of praise or gratitude." All of a sudden, the martial monarchs felt like spitting out a mouthful of saliva. An awkward, yet polite chuckle appeared on the celestial Thearcha's face. Mr. Enlin's performance in that battle was truly astonishing. You saved our lives and the celestial court, so it's no exaggeration to say that, hence, after some discussion, we have decided that you have the right to enter all of the mystic realms within the celestial court. On top of that, we will officially bestow upon you the title of War God of the Celestial Court. Also, we have a big present for you as well. The The celestial Thearcha's words were very powerful, and Enlil was completely taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to come here to talk about the heavenly wind god? How did this suddenly turn into a gift? However, this kind of gift, he really liked it. I'm finally the war god of the celestial court. Who would have thought that this day would come so soon? And Lin suddenly sighed with emotion. By the way, where's the former war god, Erling Shanyang Jen? And Lin asked, he's not the war god anymore. The war god of the celestial court can only be the most powerful immortal below the 5 emperors. You're clearly more powerful than him, and he's very impressed by you for that, the celestial Darch replied with a smile. And Lin chuckled with a hint of guilt on his face. If it weren't for the system's explosive power, he felt like he wouldn't be able to defeat Erlingshin in a fight. Erlingshin was a return to Void Stage mighty figure at the Tao Integration Pinnacle Stage, which was about the same level as the ancient Dragon Empress and Ao Xiao. How could Enlil, who was only at the Soul Formation stage, defeat such a powerful being? However, this feeling of guilt soon disappeared, and Lin thought to himself, he was going to reach the return to Void Stage soon. When that time came, would he be scared of Erlingshin? He was truly the war god of the celestial court. By the way, do the war gods of the celestial court come with any special benefits? And Lin asked. A title sounded great, but he preferred practical benefits. You can choose any immortal tool from the heavenly treasure pavilion of the celestial court, the celestial Darch replied. Thank you, thank you. A wide smile appeared on Enlin's face. That's nothing. The benefits that we 5 emperors have combined to give you are truly priceless. Emperor Ziwei spoke with a smug expression upon seeing Enlin's expression. Enlil became excited upon hearing this. What is it? Emperor Ziwei smiled but didn't say anything. The other 4 emperors also looked at Enlil with smiles on their faces and didn't say anything. Enlil was a little perplexed. What is it? Tell me. Emperor Ziwei suddenly took off his shirt, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. What do you want? Why are you taking off your shirt? And Lin was starting to panic. The celestial Darch, Emperor Changsheng, Emperor Qinghua, and Emperor Tianhuang were all smiling, and the atmosphere was a little peculiar. And Lin suddenly felt like he had been too rash in coming here. Now that he was surrounded by 5 muscular men, what kind of despair was this? I'm taking off my shirt to show you a big treasure. A sinister smile appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face as he approached Enlil. Enlil swallowed. Can I not look? How are you going to accept my gift if I don't look? Emperor Ziwei chuckled. Enlil's lips twitched. I have to do this to accept your gift. That's right. Emperor Ziwei nodded with excitement. Look closely, my big treasure. He abruptly took a deep breath, and his muscles bulged. A dazzling purple divine light instantly enshrouded the entire celestial Darch pavilion. And Lin turned toward Emperor Ziwei and was instantly dumbstruck. Chapter 1334. And Lin could see that there were countless purple stars on Emperor Ziwei's upper body, which were connected by the power of stars to form lines that covered his skin. These lines formed a starry sky formation that pulsed like a pulse. At the same time, his power had also reached an incredible level. This is my core buff mystic technique, star vein divine technique. It can use the power of stars to activate all of the latent potential within 1 minute without any side effects. What do you think? Isn't it awesome? Emperor Ziwei smiled. What do you think? It's awesome. And Lin nodded. At the same time, he was a little perplexed. Why was Emperor Ziwei taking off his clothes and using a buff mystic technique to ask him if it was awesome? This is my gift to you. I will use my divine Tao to completely imbue you with the star vein divine technique. Emperor Ziwei said with a smile, and Lin was completely dumbstruck this time, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath. You're going to bestow your core inheritance to me? and Lin was given a massive fright. As far as he knew, no one in the entire celestial court had ever received a core spell technique bestowed by Emperor Zhui himself to another immortal. Emperor Zhui nodded. "That's right. This is my gift to you." And Lin took a deep breath before bowing to express his gratitude. A Tao integration stage inheritance that was imbued with the power of the divine Tao was far more valuable than immortal tools and immortal pills. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Just think about it, in this world, which supreme expert would be willing to teach the ability he was most skilled in to another person without any complaints or regrets? This wasn't just an issue of admiration and trust. Perhaps it was more of a type of expectation, trust, and heartfelt approval. And Lin understood now. Emperor Zhui had most likely taken off his clothes so that he could see the true appearance of this spell technique. It had to be said, it really was very cool. In the future, when he used the star vein divine technique, he would also take off his clothes so that his enemies could see the veined patterns all over his body. This would make him look even more domineering and intimidating. Thus, bursts of powerful starry divine Tao light began to flow into Lin's body. He had obtained Emperor Ziwei's core buff technique, Star Vein Divine Blast. Following that, the number 1 formation master of the 9 states, Emperor Changsheng, taught him the core spell technique, Formation Mist Ghost Hand. Array Fog Ghostly Hand. Through devil-like techniques, allows one's own inherent array formation to be more flexible and changeable. After seeing through the enemy's array formation, one can also use the ghostly hand to make the array formation their own. And Lin was instantly ecstatic upon seeing this inheritance. With this ghostly formation mist hands combined with his divine inspection technique, what formation could possibly stop him? Eternal Emperor, Formation Fog, Ghostly Hand obtained. Emperor Qing Hua paused momentarily before replying. My powers are split into 2 types. The first is a core inheritance that focuses on wood-type life forms, which is known as the Wood Spirit Reincarnation Technique. The second is the great Tao of time that I attained through observing life and death. I wonder which one Lin prefers. When Lin heard this, he felt that it was definitely the time Tao. It sounded really awesome. Then, a ding-dong sound came from the system. Detected that host has a chance to obtain a top-tier wood-type cultivation method. Now assigning the following special mission. Obtain Emperor Qing Hua's Wood Spirit Reincarnation Technique. Mission success. Cultivate the Evergreen Technique to the 3rd stage. Mission failure. No penalty. And Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this system mission. He was currently at the 2nd stage of the Evergreen Technique, which gave him the ability to regrow severed limbs. Now he had a chance to cultivate it to the 3rd stage. The 9th stage of the Wind Spirit Technique was the power of wind. Then, what would the 9th stage of the Evergreen Technique be? It had to be said, this was an extremely tempting prospect. If he could upgrade the system's cultivation method, then Lin would definitely prioritize the system over the others. Furthermore, the system's nonchalant attitude towards failure of special missions infuriated Lin even more. You're not going to force me to do it? Then I'm going to do it. Humph. Emperor Qing Hua, I choose the Wood Spirit Reincarnation Technique, and Lin said. A warm smile appeared on Emperor Qing Hua's face as his power of the divine Tao surged forth. Ah, and Lin's entire body was enshrouded in the light of the divine Tao, and he let loose a cry of elation. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! Your Evergreen Technique has been upgraded to the 3rd stage. Immediately afterward, the true intent of the Evergreen Technique also surged into Lin's body in a frenzy. Ah! And Lin let loose a loud cry as a green divine halo appeared above his head again. This halo was even brighter than Emperor Qing Hua's divine Tao light. All of the emperors were scared **less. What a dazzling green color! And Lin is so green! I can sense a boundless power of vitality from Enlin's divine halo. That's the paramount Tao of life. Emperor Qing Hua was also given a fright. Why does Enlin have a divine halo? Emperor Tian Huang was extremely perplexed. Mr. Enlin is quite scary. Could it be that he attained enlightenment from Qing Hua's power? The celestial Dharch speculated. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation at the moment. All of the emperors stared at Enlin with incredulity etched on their faces. They had lived for a long time, but they had never seen a freakish prodigy who could attain enlightenment on his own after receiving an inheritance. Soon the inheritance concluded. Enlin recollected the wood-type reincarnation technique as well as the third stage of the evergreen technique with elation. His body had become extremely powerful, and even if his heart were to explode, he would still be able to live for 10 minutes. Not only that, but he had also attained extremely powerful healing abilities. Emperor Tian Huang was a lightning user, and his forte lay in chaotic divine lightning. He taught Enlin how to control chaotic divine lightning. This spell technique could only be learned by Enlin after he had attained spatial power. Enlin gladly accepted this. He was the heavenly lightning god, so there was nothing wrong with learning some bad *SS lightning techniques. The celestial Dharch cultivated in a very special Tao, so there was no way he could teach Enlin. However, he could learn his omniscient eye. Once the omniscient eye was unleashed, he would be able to observe the heavens and observe the earth, thereby allowing him to understand the principles of all things. Thus, Enlin learned all of the techniques of the 5 emperors. Mr. Enlin has mastered all of the techniques of the 5 emperors of our celestial court. This is something that has never happened before. Come to think of it, it really is quite miraculous. Emperor Ziwei sighed with emotion. Ha ha ha. He has mastered all of the techniques of the 5 emperors and possesses extremely powerful combat prowess. It could be said that Mr. Enlin is the most powerful of all the war gods of the celestial court. Emperor Tian Huang chortled with glee. The celestial court is so fortunate. The celestial court is so fortunate. Qing Hua stroked his beard and heaved a long sigh. All of the emperors turned to look at Enlin with elation and admiration on their faces. They appeared to be even happier than if they had received the inheritance themselves. All right, that's all for now. Let's get down to business. After a brief moment of elation, the celestial Dharch cut to the chase. Enlin, how about you tell us how you were able to defeat the heavenly wind god and where your power comes from? The celestial Dharch asked. Ha ha ha. Enlin chuckled. I won't tell you. Chapter 1335. Enlin's tactful reply made the 5 emperors feel quite aggrieved. My apologies. I'll actually die if I use that super bad *SS power too much, Enlin explained. The 5 emperors nodded in agreement, clearly believing Enlin's explanation. Sigh, I wanted you to join the Heaven Mending Sect. Mr. Enlin, you can tell me if you've made up your mind. If you join, there will always be a place for you in the Heaven Mending Sect, the celestial Dharch said. The Heaven Mending Sect was no secret among the 5 emperors, so the celestial Dharch immediately revealed its existence. Enlin nodded in response. The Heaven Crushing Sect and Heaven Mending Sect had both said that there would be a place for him. Why did they all think so highly of him? Now let's talk about the heavenly wind god, the celestial Dharch said. Everyone's expressions became more solemn at the mention of the heavenly wind god. We've learned about Enlin's experiences in the West Sea, as well as the existence of the heavenly sea god and its plans. From the heavenly sea god and the heavenly wind god, we can learn that all of the representatives of the heavenly Tao are extremely hostile toward the human race, the celestial Dharch said in a slow voice. Emperor Tian Huang heaved a forlorn sigh. It's not as simple as that. It feels like they're going to wipe out our entire race. Emperor Ziwei shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. We know that all representatives of the heavenly Tao have their own independent consciousness. Is it possible that some of them aren't so hostile toward the human race? Emperor Chang Sheng shook his head with a wry smile. Do you think the heavenly Tao will still think that way after the Purple Star incident? Emperor Ziwei was speechless. We have to prepare for the worst, Emperor Qinghua said. Prepare for the worst? Are we going to treat the heavenly Tao as an enemy? And Lin asked, That's right. We don't have any other choice, do we? A resigned expression appeared on Emperor Qinghua's face. They want to kill us, so we can only resist with our lives on the line. Actually, there are other options. The Celestial Darch offered a different opinion. The representatives of the heavenly Tao wanted to kill the human race because they felt that the human race posed a great threat to the stability of the world. Then we will make up for our past mistakes and make up for the flaws in the heavenly Tao. I believe that it will change its attitude from before. What the Celestial Emperor had said had always been the philosophy of the heaven-mending sect. If the flaw in the sky wasn't fixed, not only was the human race going to suffer, all of the living beings in this world were going to suffer the same fate as the ancient Tai Chu realm. Mending the heavens. Emperor Tian Huang murmured to himself, That's way too unrealistic. I might as well just destroy all of the representatives of the heavenly Tao. Do you think a representative of the heavenly Tao can be chopped off just like that? The 5 of us can't even defeat one of them. The celestial Thearcha's face darkened. Then, for some reason, the great emperors turned to look at Enlin. Enlin, big shots, why are you looking at me? Let's continue chatting. Ahem. What do you think, Mr. Enlin? The celestial Darch asked in a gentle voice. All of the great emperors turned to look at Enlin with scorching eyes. Enlin was a little overwhelmed by the favor, and he trembled like a newbie. Great emperors, you're talking about mending the heavens and slashing the heavens. I don't know how to do either. He recoiled with an aggrieved expression. Don't mess around, Mr. Enlin. The celestial Darch chuckled and said, I gave Ao Meng 1,000-year heavenly peach, and he told me everything that happened in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, mending the heavens with a single sword strike. Bad asterisk SS. You really are the fated person of our heaven-mending sect. The celestial Darch gave Enlin a thumbs up as he spoke, and Lin's eyes widened. What the F asterisk CK? You're selling me off for 1,000-year heavenly peach? You're not even AF asterisk king plastic relative, are you? As for slashing the heavens, everyone in the celestial court knows about that. Mr. Enlin, you should just be more open about it. You know how to mend the heavens and slash the heavens. What's there to hide? Emperor Ziwei chuckled, and Lin had no choice but to pull out his evil-slaying sword. Little Xia, can you mend the heavens of the Tai Chu continent? Little Xia, I can't. And Lin was unwilling to give up. Why not? You can mend the heavens of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. The heavens of the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm were shattered due to an external force forcibly opening up the passageway between the two worlds. However, the flaw of the Tai Chu continent is that the heavenly Tao is incomplete, so the two are completely different concepts. Little Xia's childish voice sounded. See, I really don't know how to mend the heavens. And Lin sheathed his evil-slaying sword and splayed his hands open in resignation. He had thought that the 5 emperors would be a little disappointed upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, the celestial Thearcha's eyes immediately lit up. Good. As expected of the war god of the celestial court, he can indeed mend the heavens. And Lin, mending the structure is mending. Mending the heavenly Tao is also mending. Now that you can mend the structure, why can't you mend the heavenly Tao? What if it's possible in the future? The celestial Darch asked excitedly. Emperor Qinghua stroked his long beard and chuckled. Ha, congratulations. Mr. Enlin is able to make a special contribution to the heavens, but we have no way of doing so. Mending the heavens was like speaking. If you could speak the Taichu language now, then you would have a chance to learn the ancient man language. We're different. We're mutes. Wonderful. Amazing. The celestial court is fortunate. And Lin, you're awesome. The great thearchs couldn't stop praising him. And Lin was astonished. He really had to hand it to Su Xiaolan. However, and Lin didn't say anything or try to argue with her. Perhaps, when one was in despair and unable to find a way out, it was not a bad thing to have such hope and hope. By the way, the Wind Demon Tribe trial has concluded. Emperor Zue said, "We can confirm that they are life forms that the heavenly wind god nurtured outside the Tai Chu continent. Even though they are powerful beings nurtured by the heavenly wind god, those life forms originally existed on the same planet." And Lin understood. To put it simply, the heavenly wind god is recruiting underlings. That's right, the heavenly wind god is a god in their eyes. Most importantly, those underlings weren't weakened by the power of the Tai Chu continent. Emperor Zue spoke with a solemn expression, and Lin's expression stirred upon hearing this. This was very important information. The ancient heavenly fiend celestial boss, created by the heavenly sea god, was originally meant to destroy the human race, but it was slain before it even made it out of the West Sea. The main reason for this tragedy was that the ancient heavenly fiend celestial's power was severely restricted by the heavenly Tao after entering the Tai Chu continent. Did that mean that all powerful beings that weren't created by the representatives of the heavenly Tao wouldn't be weakened? Even though the heavenly wind god's power has been restricted by the heavenly Tao, it's not as powerful as it was in the past. This is something that we should be wary of. The celestial Darch continued. Everyone's hearts became heavy upon hearing this. Obviously, a sense of crisis loomed over their heads, as if a storm was brewing. After that, the celestial Darch explained the arrangements that had been made to deal with the changes in the world. After making all the necessary arrangements, and Lin bade farewell and departed. By the way, all of you have things to do. Do I need to do anything? And Lin suddenly remembered that the celestial Darch hadn't made any arrangements for him. Mr. Lin, just let nature take its course. After all, there's no point in rushing things. The celestial Darch waved farewell at Lin. Goodbye. And Lin was very pleased with this. And Lin smiled. Goodbye. Their short conversation was over, and he was about to embark on a new life. Chapter 1336. And Lin flew back to Xiaoxian United University, atop his brick. The reconstruction of the university was progressing at an extremely fast pace. Not only did the construction of the immortal world focus on its appearance, but it also placed more emphasis on its feng shui and spiritual aura, how to construct a building that was more compatible with all things, and how to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were the two most important aspects of the construction of the immortal world. And Lin flew along the way and saw the floating continent enshrouded in immortal energy from afar. It was a pity that this continent was already in a state of devastation after a massive battle. Where are the snow mountains? And Lin discovered that the divine mountain that pierced into the heavens had disappeared, as had the smaller snow mountains. All that was left were craters and massive black cracks. All of a sudden, he caught sight of a shiny golden object on the ground in the distance. The massive shell exuded an inhuman golden light. Its skin was translucent and as flawless as white jade. Its antennae were pointed toward the sky, and its eyes were cold and emotionless, as if it were a god looking down upon all living beings. Its extremely powerful aura exuded an aura of dominance, as if it were declaring that it was the king of this world. What a maverick snail! And Lin flew over on his brick with excitement in his eyes. Holy Lord Tian, Grandmaster Construction, Cultivator! That's right, these were the most moneybags on the entire Tai Chu continent. Holy Lord Tianhua and Grandmaster Construction, Cultivator. Holy Lord Tian was munching on all types of construction materials, and he raised his eyes at the sight of the approaching Enlin. Hi, poor Cultivator. And Lynn almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Is that how you greet someone? But that seems to be the only label my heart. Holy Lord Tian was shook his head with an extremely honest expression. And Lynn decided to be magnanimous and not bicker with a vulgar snail who only cared about money. And Lynn, you've come at the right time. I finally know why you're so poor. A woman in a red robe made her way over to him, revealing her long, slender legs. Below her collar, her perky, snowy white breasts were extremely eye-catching. That's right, the F-class Grandmaster Construction Cultivator had arrived. And Lynn asked curiously, "Why do you say so?" The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator pointed at the whale not far away and said angrily, "That's the whale! It's 2F * King Stingy. I asked for 50 million for a casual ride, but it cut me down to 35 million. With such a stingy principal, how could his students not be poor? Humph! Serves him right for turning into a whale." The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator was very angry. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, her chest was heaving up and down. And Lynn was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He didn't mind the woman's ridicule and asked, "So you can still bargain? Isn't it a fixed price?" The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator was fuming with rage. After a while, she explained, "Wang Xinyu is a Tao integration stage super mighty figure, and I've done business with him in the past, so I've listed him as a high-ranking member. That's why I was able to negotiate with him." That's quite a hefty price cut. And Lynn was a little tempted. He also wanted to bargain with her, so he put on a bashful smile. Ms. Lynn Sinew, seeing as we're good friends, how much discount can I get from an ordinary ride at the 4-9 Immortal Sect?" Tise. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator rolled her eyes. 30 million spirit stones, non-negotiable. Don't try to take advantage of me. I'm only giving Wang Xinyu a discount to save face for the Celestial Court. After all, the Celestial Court is in dire straits and can't come up with any money in a short time. Tens of thousands of teachers and students are homeless, and the 5 emperors are in seclusion. This is an extremely difficult situation. As a humanitarian matter, I can still lower my standards. The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator's expression became more and more strained as she spoke. "That's what the principal said when he was bargaining with you, right?" And Lynn asked, "The Grandmaster Construction Cultivator." The woman pursed her lips and nodded with an aggrieved expression as an expression of humiliation appeared on her face. And Lin praised Wang Xinyu in his mind. What a good bargain. It was quite clear that Li Xinyu had also been tricked. He then turned toward the little whale, only to discover that the little whale was blowing bubbles with a bored expression as it looked up into the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I've finished the construction materials, and I'm ready to start. In order to repair the entire floating continent, please get away from here," Holy Lord Tian was said. Wang Xinyu immediately evacuated everyone upon hearing this. All of the teachers and students had already been relocated to a certain temporary shelter in the Celestial Court, so the evacuation process was very quick. All they had to do was chase away a few spectating students. Whoosh! Holy Lord Tian was golden snail shell tremored violently, and it shone with a golden light as bright as the sun. A golden light of the divine Tao erupted forth in a frenzy, extending as far as the eye could see. And Lin stood in midair and was astonished after using his divine sense to survey his surroundings. He discovered that Holy Lord Tian was light of the divine Tao encompassed an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Was this something that a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure could do? Li Xinyu's body rose into the air, and she stomped a foot into the air, upon which invisible ripples proliferated forth and fused into heaven and earth. Heaven and earth, spirit dream bridge. The huge snail shook its turtle shell frantically, as if it was stirring something. Two realms substitution, divine materialization. Aha! The shattered earth was stitched back together by a burst of power, and flowers and trees began to sprout from the barren land. Mountains, rivers, and beautiful lakes reappeared on the campus. The beautiful full moon mountain, the peculiar forest of 1,000 peaks, the picturesque maple leaf gallery. Not only that, but there was also a new snow mountain over 100,000 feet in the back of the campus. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. So this snow mountain hasn't been moved. PFFF, 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 glug, glug, glug. Holy Lord Tian would continue to twist and contort his body, and a series of beautiful and brand new school buildings appeared, as well as a series of intricately crafted little pavilions. I was a little worried at first, but it looks like everything is still the same. A gentle, pleasant voice sounded beside him, and Lin turned to discover a beautiful woman in a jade dress who was also looking at him with a smile on her face. Her clear eyes were full of warmth and light, and they were very mesmerizing to look at. Xiaolan, you're here to look at the buildings as well. And Lin was a little elated. No, I'm here to see you. Su Xiaolan cocked her head to the side, and a faint smile appeared on her face. And Lin's heart trembled slightly, and he felt as if he had been flirted with. The sun gradually disappeared into the clouds, and the sea of clouds surged like waves. There were also golden clouds floating around the campus, and a few snowy white celestial cranes flew through the air, letting loose ethereal cries from time to time. This was the main theme of this moment. Hey, and Lin, look over there. Su Xiaolan patted Lin's shoulder with all her might as she pointed in a certain direction. And Lin turned around, and an unforgettable scene appeared before his eyes, causing him to freeze in place. Chapter 1337. To the west of Xiuxian United University's floating continent. The sun had charred the sea of clouds into a golden hue, and the floating continent was like a floating island within a sea of golden clouds. As the clouds surged, bursts of iridescent light began to emerge from the clouds, as if they had been affected by the vital energy fluctuations in the surrounding area. The iridescent light was constantly changing colors, creating an extremely dazzling sight that instantly enshrouded the entire sky. The golden iridescent light was dazzling and eye-catching. The red iridescent light was as vibrant as fire, and the purple iridescent light was dreamy and illusionary. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were situated in a fantastical world, and everything that was unfolding before their eyes seemed so surreal. However, their senses and the cries of astonishment around them, all of these indicated that everything before their eyes was real. It's said that there's an extremely rare phenomenon in the university known as the boundless rainbow sky. And Lin, I feel like we're very lucky. Su Xiaolan extended a slender hand and gripped tightly onto Lin's hand with an excited expression on her face. And Lin came to his senses from Su Xiaolan's words. He recalled that when he had first arrived at the United University of Cultivation, he had been imprisoned for fighting with Liu Debao, and when he had first been released, he had been filled with anticipation and fantasies about the boundless rainbow sky at the sight of the sun setting over the sea of clouds. He had been thinking about how great it would be if he could witness such a spectacular spectacle one day. Who would have thought that his dream would come true today? And who would have thought that celestial maiden Xiaolan, whom he had once thought to be out of his reach, would now voluntarily hold onto his hand? And Lin was struck by a sense of bliss as he felt the warmth from Xiaolan's soft, almost boneless hand. The iridescent light shone upon the sea of clouds before transforming the golden sea of clouds into a rainbow color. This was a very peculiar scene. The iridescent light extended all the way from the direction where the sun had sunk into the sea of clouds, and heaven and earth seemed to have been dyed in a layer of vibrant colors. A brand new university was being rebuilt amid this spectacular spectacle. Hey, and Lin, what are you doing? Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise. Let's go play in the clouds. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's hand as they flew toward the sea of clouds with excitement. Cloud fortification. Boom! The splendid clouds within a radius of 10 miles suddenly froze, turning into a soft and bouncy solid object. and Lin and Su Xiaolan plunged headfirst into the lay of clouds, and they were then sent flying into the sky by the rebounding force of the clouds. Oh, we're flying so high! And Lin held Su Xiaolan's hand as they were thrown into the sky by the cloud. Haha, it's so fun! Su Xiaolan couldn't help but laugh heartily. The two of them felt like they were playing on a trampoline. The setting sun, the colorful clouds, the evening glow, and the endless sounds of laughter and quarreling. This was in Lin and Su Xiaolan's memories of the magnificent seven-colored clouds. The next day, a brand new campus appeared in front of tens of thousands of teachers and students. Wow, what a nostalgic campus! It's been a few days since we last saw each other. Wah, I thought I'd never be able to go back to my old campus. Who would have thought that it would be restored to its original state? And it's been rebuilt way too quickly. I'm starting to wonder if this is an illusion. Tears welled up in the eyes of many students, and Lin sighed with emotion. He knew that this was what made the Grand Master Construction, Cultivator, and Holy Lord Tian was so badass as. When it came to construction, they were definitely the cream of the crop. Not only was the construction period extremely short, but they also possessed all types of mysterious and unpredictable methods. Prior to their departure, the Grand Master Construction Cultivator, Li Xinyu, gave Enlin a black card, telling him that Enlin already had the right to become a high-ranking member of her sect. As long as he activated the card, she would immediately provide services to him. Normally, only Dao integration stage super mighty figures with whom one had a long-term relationship could become a high-ranking member. The fact that Enlin had received this card indicated that he held a very high status in Li Xinyu's eyes. Enlin looked at the black card and thought to himself that he was going to invite Li Xinyu over to help them build more beautiful buildings in the future when the sect was rich. The 4-9 Immortal sect was quite small, and they only had 3 million spirit stones for a casual visit. However, they had only chosen the lowest level of services due to their lack of financial resources. With their current financial resources, Enlin would be able to get the sect to do a simple visit. However, he wasn't willing to give up. He was going to give them the best. He was going to get Li Xinyu to do some serious work the next time they visited. It was only 300 million spirit stones. He was sure that he would have that much money in the near future, and Lin's heart was filled with ambition, and he continued to live like a salted fish. Xiao Hong was even more of a salted fish than he was. She sat on the windowsill every day, singing and photosynthesizing, and another day passed by. Apparently, she was already at the soul formation intermediate stage. Xianyuan Cheng and Su Qianyan both had a mental breakdown upon hearing this news. In the past, it was Enlin and Su Xiaolan who had dealt them a heavy blow, but now they were being dealt a heavy blow by Xiao Hong. What was going on in this world? Thinking back, when we first met, I was only at the spirit nurturing stage, and Xiao Hong wasn't even at the spirit nurturing stage. What has she done now? Why is her cultivation base progressing so much faster than mine? Xianyuan Cheng had been dealt a fatal blow. Su Qianyan had tears in her eyes. Why is Xiao Hong so outstanding? We're the ones who are secretly attending tutoring sessions. Am I that stupid? Sunbathing and idling toward the pinnacle of their lives made the two top-rate prodigies of the United University of Cultivation realize the unfairness of the heavenly Tao and their own weakness. This was another motivation that motivated them to cultivate. And Lin was also quite happy to see them suffer such a heavy blow. After all, the path of cultivation was one where one didn't advance or fall behind. If they had a goal to pursue, it would be easier for them to tap into their latent potential. Life was quite peaceful. Before they knew it, another 2 months had passed. As usual, and Lin lay on the roof of his dorm room and looked up at the stars at night. The 2 bright moons in the sky shone upon each other, looking so pure and flawless. Giant and Lin, why can't there be 2 moons in this world at the same time? Who set the rule of one sun and one moon? In the divine mirror world, it can have as many moons as I want to have. Tina huffed as she sat on Enlin's shoulder. Her domineering side, as a goddess, was on full display. That's the difference between the original and the replica. Enlin smiled. Think about it. Where did you get your knowledge of the moon from? Tina replied. Hence, the moon on the Tai Chu continent is the original and most authentic moon. Even if you create a moon in the divine mirror world, it's still based on the moon on the Tai Chu continent, so it's a replica. No matter how many moons there are in other places, the moon on the Tai Chu continent is born from chaos, and it's a unique moon. And Lin explained. Tina nodded with an enlightened expression. Giant and Lin, I have a bold idea. Do you think the replica I create can replace the original moon on the Tai Chu continent after it becomes extremely powerful? That's a question. And Lin hesitated momentarily before looking up into the sky with a smile. You should ask that person in the sky. In the sky? Tina looked up into the sky. Beneath the bright, white moon, a peerlessly beautiful woman was stepping on a sky full of stars as she approached. Chapter 1338. The woman wore a moon-white silk dress, which rippled under the moonlight like a divine lotus blooming in the night sky. Her features were exquisite and flawless, and her skin was as translucent as white jade, as clear as the moonlight. Under the moonlight, she was a true goddess, peerlessly beautiful. She was the #1 beauty of the celestial court, Fairy Chang'e. And Lin clicked his tongue in wonder. I've long heard of the legend of Chang'e flying to the moon, but I've always regretted not being able to see it with my own eyes. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to see Chang'e flying to the moon today, but Chang'e falling to the moon instead? The goddess under the moonlight landed lightly beside Enlin, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance. If one took a closer sniff, they could even smell the faint fragrance of osmanthus. And Lin, have you smelled enough? Chang'e's voice was cold as she glanced at Enlin with a hint of disdain, as if to say, look at you. Welcome to the mortal realm, palace leader Chang'e. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. And Lin greeted her with a cheerful smile. Seeing Enlin's cheeky smile, Chang'e could only pout in resignation. How could I dare to guide the god of war of the celestial court? I'm just an ordinary fairy born to toil. All right, let's stop teasing each other. Speaking of which, why did you come to find me? And Lin asked curiously. In his memory, this was the first time Chang'e had taken the initiative to find him. A smile appeared on Chang'e's beautiful face. Why don't you take a guess? And Lin blinked. You're here to deliver a divine pill, right? Chang'e. You guessed right. The woman was a little disappointed. Why wasn't the plot as she had imagined? Wasn't it supposed to be Enlin guessing wrong a few times and begging her pitifully so that she would be merciful enough to announce the answer? How did he get it right the first time? Chang'e, you're amazing. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. And Lin jumped up excitedly and couldn't help but cheer loudly. Congratulations, Giant and Lin. You finally have a chance to progress to the return to Void stage. Tina was also very happy, and she ran around Enlin with a wide smile. Chang! He pulled out a divine pill from her storage ring. As soon as the divine elixir appeared, a 7-colored divine light soared into the sky. An extremely powerful divinity surged like waves, causing even Enlin to feel a sense of apprehension. This is the rainbow divine Tao pill. An expression of elation appeared on Enlin's face. All of a sudden, the divine pill tremored violently, as if it was trying to struggle free from Chang Yi's grasp. Hurry up and refine it with a drop of blood. Only after becoming its master will you have the right to eat it. Chang, he urged in an urgent voice. And Lin accepted the dazzling divine pill from Chang Yi's gentle hand before releasing a drop of blood essence onto the divine pill. The divine pill tremored violently before lying down obediently in Lin's palm. A translucent 7-colored dress appeared from the divine elixir and wrapped around the white body of the elixir. The elixir's body was white and smooth, and the dress looked like a misty dream. At first glance, it looked like a fairy wearing a colorful dress. The divine pill lowered its head in embarrassment upon seeing its master looking at it. Oh, it didn't have a head. Instead, its round body leaned down slightly. Oh, right. Eat this immortal pill before taking the rainbow divine Tao pill. Otherwise, you're going to become celestial maiden Enlin. Chang, he handed an immortal pill to Enlin, and Lin accepted it with a grateful expression. The side effects of the rainbow divine Tao pill were extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, the rainbow dress on the divine pill would latch onto Enlin's body, and he wouldn't be able to get rid of it no matter what. I really don't understand what kind of divine pill you're going to take to progress to the return to void stage. Could it be that you're really the pill Tao patriarch that Ishu was talking about, and you've reached the pinnacle of pill Tao cultivation? Chang Yi asked with a confused expression, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Pill Tao patriarch, my F asterisk king, F asterisk king, SH asterisk T? Pill Tao cultivation? That's like giving me a title. Don't listen to that fatso. I'm only eating this divine pill to celebrate my progress to the return to void stage, and Lin explained. Chang, why do I feel like you're spouting nonsense? Even Chang Yi, who had a cold and aloof personality, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Enlin. Who was this guy trying to fool? Enlin had no choice. He couldn't tell Enlin that he had to consume a divine pill and use a divine tool to progress to the return to void stage, could he? No one would believe him even if he did. By the way, when are you progressing to the return to void stage? I want to join in the fun. Chang'e asked with a smile, and Lin was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen Chang'e so concerned about someone else's affairs. Of course, Su Qianyan was an exception, but this was still quite surprising. Was this still the scholarly otaku that he knew? I'm transcending my tribulation at noon tomorrow, and Lin replied. All right, see you tomorrow then. A warm smile appeared on Chang'e's face. Her smile was very, very beautiful, and it dazzled the onlookers under the moonlight. Even Enlin, who was used to seeing celestial maidens, couldn't help but be slightly dazed by her smile. See you tomorrow. You have to come. With Big Sister Chang'e's help, my tribulation transcendence chances will increase by at least 1 level. And Lin was full of enthusiasm. All right, stop joking around. I'm off. Chang'e stepped forward, and her body was as light as a feather as she flew toward the bright moon in the sky. Her white dress danced like a white lotus flower. The moonlight shimmered, and a silvery white, divine light fell from the sky. Her beautiful figure gradually shrank before disappearing under the moonlight. And Lin raised his head and stared silently at the image of Chang'e flying toward the moon. This dreamlike scene made him feel extremely infatuated and satisfied, and he felt as if he had achieved another dream in his life. Tonight he had seen both Chang'e setting the moon and Chang'e flying toward the moon. It was a very fulfilling night, and Lin couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the divine pill in his hand. He was feeling a little touched. Chang'e had personally delivered this divine pill from the moon. This was a clear indication of her attitude toward him. Chang'e, I won't disappoint you. Also, the rainbow divine Tao pill. You're a divine pill personally refined by Chang'e, so you can't disappoint me. And Lin spoke to the divine pill in his hand with a smile. The divine pill seemed to have heard Lin's words, and its body shuddered slightly as it recoiled slightly in shyness. The divine pill is so adorable. Must you eat it, Jianin? Tina asked with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Edible divine pills are adorable. No one likes divine pills that can't be eaten, and Lin retorted mercilessly. This was a very realistic statement, Divine pills that couldn't be eaten would only drive people crazy. They didn't refine them with painstaking effort just to look at them. The next morning, a piece of news instantly swept through the entire university like a hurricane. Less than 2 hours later, outside of Panlong Mountain, the tallest mountain in Shoshian United University, there was a vast crowd gathered here. Almost all of the teachers and students of the university were gathered here. They were all here for one reason, and that was to watch Enlin transcend his tribulation to the return to void stage. Chapter 1339. The few tribulations that Enlin and his pet beast had undergone were all at Shoshian United University. The school's attitude toward this matter had also changed from laissez-faire to encouraging spectators. It had to be said that the school's attitude had changed quite a bit. Their trust in Enlin was actually higher than ever. The teachers were already busily arranging for their students to observe the tribulation. Come, come, come. Everyone, stand in an orderly manner on the defensive formation set up by the teacher to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the tribulation. Students, please take a good look at how student Enlin transcends the tribulation. Watch more, learn more, comprehend the intent, and learn from his unyielding spirit to fight against the heavens. Only then will you be able to grow and improve. In ancient times, there was a fated sword immortal who watched Enlin transcend the tribulation and enter the returning to void stage. Today, all of you will also have the opportunity to benefit greatly from watching Enlin transcend the tribulation. The teachers were either encouraging or instructing the students on the ground. Spectating a tribulation wasn't an opportunity every year, and watching Enlin transcend the tribulation was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Be it the teachers or the students, they were all extremely excited and looking forward to it. Some fangirls had even pulled up banners and shouted Enlin's name, cheering for his tribulation transcendence. Enlin stood at the peak of Mount Panlong in his elegant white robe. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter! Firecrackers were set off in the distance. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. In the sky, dazzling vital energy fireworks decorated the clear blue sky. Enlin stared speechlessly at the scene before him. As he looked at the adorable students cheering for him in the distance, the corners of his lips couldn't help but twitch. I'm undergoing a solemn and sacred tribulation transcendence that concerns human lives. Why are you guys making it look like a festival? What's going on? Tribulation transcendence is very tense and serious. I'm not here to teach you. Although he kept complaining in his heart, he gradually calmed down when he saw so many people personally coming here to cheer for him. Not far away, his pet team, Su Xiaolan, Shen Yuancheng, and Su Chenyin were also cheering for him. Seeing these familiar faces, he felt a sense of happiness. So what if the tribulation is terrifying? With these companions by my side, I have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, in the distance there was a cloud in the sky. Above the white cloud were all the immortals of the heavenly court, and they were all waiting for Enlin's tribulation transcendence. As long as they didn't have any missions to perform, they would all rush over. Even the former war god of the heavenly court, Erling Shinyangjian, who was in seclusion not long ago, stood among the immortals with his majestic black hound. Forget about Erling Shin. Even Enlin was probably as popular as one of the 5 emperors of the celestial court. Who wouldn't want to come and watch such a celebrity transcend his tribulation? Setting aside Erling Shin, even Enlin's prestige was comparable to that of the 5 heavenly court emperors. Who wouldn't want to witness such a celebrity's tribulation transcendence? However, they were up in the clouds where no one could see them, sipping tea and chatting as they waited for Enlin's tribulation transcendence. Mr. Enlin's last soul formation stage tribulation drew upon him a golden void lightning, and it was a mutated golden void lightning at that. That's something that even returned to void stage mighty figures don't have. Now that he's transcending a tribulation to the return to void stage, I wonder what kind of trouble he's going to cause. The celestial Dharch was both elated and concerned. Now that he's transcending his tribulation to the return to void stage, I really don't know what he's going to do next. He was concerned that Enlin wouldn't be able to survive this tribulation transcendence. He was concerned that Enlin wouldn't be able to survive this tribulation transcendence. He was already so freakish last time. Just thinking about this time was terrifying. Don't worry, that little brat has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He'll definitely be fine. Emperor Ziwei was extremely confident in Enlin. Right at this moment, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd outside Pan Long Mountain. My God, how could there be such a beautiful celestial maiden in this world? Who is she? I feel like I've fallen in love. Crap, my Tao heart has become unstable. Tens of thousands of teachers and students stared up into the sky with dumbstruck expressions. There, a woman in a white dress descended from the sky. Divine light danced around her like a fairy, as if she were a rainbow ribbon draped over her body. She was an exquisitely beautiful woman who had descended from the heavens. Chang'e. She's Chang'e. She's holding a rabbit in her arms. That's right, she really is Chang. Who would have thought that she would be so much more beautiful in person? When the heavenly wind god was battling, I couldn't see it clearly from afar. Now that I can see it clearly, I feel like I'm about to suffocate. I've heard that celestial maiden Chang'e's whereabouts are very elusive and unworldly. Who would have thought that she would come to observe senior student Enlin's tribulation transcendence? How can senior student Enlin's tribulation transcendence be a mundane affair? It's the most important event in the world. Some of the retarded fans immediately retorted. It had to be said, Chang'e's arrival created quite a stir. Chang'e descended from the sky and spread open her arms. Enlin's heart stirred, and he felt extremely flattered. She was far too enthusiastic. This was a sudden blessing, and he instinctively spread open his arms. Then Chang'e and Su Chenyan embraced each other. Enlin, big sister Chang'e, there are so many people watching. Su Chenyan blushed as she spoke in a mellow voice beside Enlin. I'm used to it. What? You don't like my hugs anymore? A smile appeared on Chang'e's face, and her eyes were filled with countless emotions. No. Su Chenyan shook her head vehemently. Enlin put down his arms awkwardly and cleared his throat. You guys can step back for now. I'm going to officially begin my tribulation transcendence. Why are you two flaunting your love around me while I'm transcending my tribulation? Go, Enlin! Su Xiaolan hugged Enlin as she spoke in a gentle voice of encouragement. Enlin basked in her warm embrace, and his discomfort from being fed dog food was alleviated. Don't worry, Xiaolan, I'm invincible today. Enlin was very excited. Master, I'm looking forward to the day you shatter the heavens. Shuezhantian was also very excited. Big brother-in, I'll be waiting for you to come back for frying pan hot pot. Dabai stuck out his tongue as he encouraged Enlin, as if he was already fantasizing about his blissful hot pot dinner that night. Chang'e also held onto Su Chenyan's hand as she retreated with a smile. Go, this is the first time I'm cheering for someone else's tribulation transcendence, so you have to do your best. Enlin drew his divine tool, evil slaying sword, and pulled out a divine pill that glowed with a brilliant divine light. In that instant, he became the most dazzling being between heaven and earth. I've attained phenomenal success in my metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin and yang cultivation methods. With the evil slaying sword by my side and the divine pill by my side, let's see how I progress to the return to void stage. Step into the heavens and seek the Tao. Chapter 1340. Enlin's words sent Shuezhantian into a climax. All of the other teachers and students, as well as the immortals from the celestial court, were also filled with excitement. A round fatty yelled with excitement, Mr. Enlin, cut the crap and show the ignorant world your peerless alchemy skills. Enlin looked at Yi Shi, who was several times larger than Shuezhantian, and he was struck by the urge to beat him up. Create a good atmosphere. You're not going to be defeated here. Shi's words had already created a heated discussion among the immortals, teachers, and students. Say, what is alchemy? Could it be that Lin is so powerful because he's cultivating in an unprecedented alchemy? Ah, that explains why he was so powerful during his battle against the heavenly wind god, as if he had taken a pill. He really did take a pill, and the pill he ingested was a core that was created within his body after cultivating in the Tao of alchemy. That makes sense. This is why he's using a divine pill to make a breakthrough. Alchemists are so terrifying. All of the onlookers instantly came to a realization, and expressions of amazement and envy appeared on their faces as they stared at Lin. Lin ignored everyone who had been led astray and swallowed the rainbow divine Tao pill right before everyone's eyes before activating his magic power to expend the pill's power. Boom! Powerful pill power instantly filled every corner of his body. The rainbow divine Tao pill contained 7 different types of power, yin, yang, and the 5 elements, as well as the power of the moon that was unique to Chang'e, thereby encompassing almost all of the elements in this world. His body of the war god was extremely fond of the power of divine pills, and his divine body had clearly improved even though he hadn't made a breakthrough yet. Ding dong! Detected that host has completed cultivation-based mission, now progressing to the return to void stage. The system's voice sounded. Kacha! A crisp crack erupted, as if a certain shackle had been broken. Vital energy instantly surged for several dozen kilometers, several hundred kilometers, several thousand kilometers. It was noon when the sun was at its peak. Thick, dark clouds covered the entire world, and one couldn't see the end of it. Look, fellow Taoist Lin has indeed begun to break through after eating the divine pill. He really is cultivating the Tao of alchemy. He's my first teacher. Shi's face was flushed red as he yelled with excitement, and his entire body trembled. Chang! He couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Shi. I wonder how Elder Lord Laozi would feel after hearing his disciple, Shi, say this. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky surged like a whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool was Lin. The rumbling thunder was like the roar of an ancient giant beast. A heavenly might descended from the sky, causing everyone to hold their breaths. This is God and's breakthrough going to cause such a huge commotion right from the start? It's so scary. Even though I'm watching the battle from the sidelines, I still feel a sense of trepidation. The white-scaled wolf god and Shuozhantian clearly didn't make breakthroughs like this. I'm suspecting that the tribulation transcendence I saw earlier was fake. All of the students were expressing their own opinions. Most of them were saying that they were scared, but they were actually extremely excited as they stared at Lin with scorching light in their eyes. All of them knew that the real show was yet to come. This was only a warm-up. Sure enough, bolts of golden lightning tore through the dark clouds like dragons, lighting up heaven and earth. Over 10,000 bolts of terrifying golden void lightning appeared in the sky at the same time, dazzling light and roaring thunder. Lin stood at the center of the whirlpool and looked up at the golden void lightning with a disappointed expression. Is this all my tribulation lightning is going to be like this? That's way too weak. It's not even as exciting as my tribulation transcendence to the soul formation stage. A tribulation lightning of this caliber didn't reflect his status in the slightest. However, he wasn't a flashy person, so he wasn't going to point at the sky and say, "Do you dare me?" It would naturally be best if he could safely transcend the tribulation lightning. Lin was just grumbling in his heart when an extremely dazzling bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted. What followed was an extremely fearsome explosion. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc within Lin's body. It's coming down. It's golden void lightning. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon seeing the lightning in the sky. This first bolt of lightning feels very mundane. It really is too mundane. Shouldn't it transform or change its elemental attribute or something? This doesn't reflect God and's badass at all. I refuse to accept this. Some of the students were already yelling at Enlin. It was quite clear that many of the students were thinking the same thing as Enlin. However, Enlin wanted to beg them to stop talking. Wasn't it a good thing that his tribulation lightning wasn't bad yes? Why did they have to be dissatisfied with this? Boom! Another bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky. As the terrifying lightning wreaked havoc within Enlin's body, it was also forging his body and consciousness. And Kirin was also absorbing the energy of the golden void lightning with elation in his sea of vital energy. This type of tribulation lightning was very satisfying. It was very useful, and it wasn't dangerous at all. And Lin smiled. This type of tribulation lightning was a good type of tribulation lightning. At this moment, in the clouds that no one could see, the 5 emperors stared at the tribulation transcendence unfolding before their eyes with astonishment. This is just an ordinary golden void lightning. Aside from the fact that it's much more powerful than the average cultivator, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Emperor Ziwei was a little perplexed. The fact that the tribulation lightning didn't change was even more astonishing to them than the fact that it did. This tribulation lightning was way too normal. This shouldn't be the case. Last time, the soul formation stage tribulation lightning was already golden void lightning, and it was even a golden void lightning Kirin. This time, the return to void stage tribulation lightning is nothing special. The Celestial Arch was also struggling to accept this. We came here to cheer for Enlin, and this is all you're going to show us. There's no need to rush. 81 bolts of golden void lightning, and that's only the beginning. Emperor Qing Hua quickly accepted this reality, and he stroked his beard with a smile on his face as he looked on at the unfolding events. Boom, boom, boom! One bolt of terrifying golden void lightning after another tore through space before crashing into Enlin's body. Enlin could sense the pure and powerful lightning power within it, as well as the spatial power that emanated from the golden void lightning as it tore through space. That special spatial power fused into his body and resonated with it, giving him a sense of space. This was not a sense of direction or space, but a true sense of space. This was the 7th sense after the 6 senses of shape, sound, smell, taste, touch, and spirit. Space. The world was instantly different. And Lin could sense the existence of space, and it was as if he had jumped out of another dimension. At the same time, he felt as if he had been reborn, as if he had been blinded and had reopened his eyes. This was a brand new world. So this is what space is like. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as he pointed a finger into the air. A burst of spatial fluctuations rippled forth into boundless distance before merging into heaven and earth. Space was now within Enlin's reach. Chapter 1341. Enlin was completely immersed in the joy of attaining spatial awareness. The golden void lightning continued to fall. His understanding of spatial awareness became more and more profound. He also gradually began to master the use of spatial power. Everything was going very smoothly, so smoothly that he didn't feel like he was transcending a tribulation. Instead, he felt like he was using lightning to cultivate, as expected of Enlin. Even the heavens are helping him in his cultivation. How amazing! Chang, he couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Enlin's elated expression during his tribulation transcendence. Perhaps it's because Master knows that idiot and can control divine lightning, so he gave up on struggling and admitted defeat? Jade Rabbit guessed as she ate potato chips in Chang Yi's arms. Chang, Yi's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Little you, you're right. Meanwhile, at the summit of Panlong Mountain, Enlin stood alone in his white robe as he faced the terrifying bolts of golden void lightning. He had already endured 70 of the 81 bolts of golden void lightning. In the sky above, the golden void lightning was becoming more and more fearsome. Each and every bolt of lightning could easily shatter space and shine through the dark clouds in the sky. However, this was still a piece of cake for Enlin, who possessed a divine body. One had to realize that Enlin's body of the war god was so thick that even if he lay flat on the ground, a return to void stage mighty figure might not be able to cut through his thick skin. Enlin's tribulation transcendence is going very smoothly. It's fine as long as it's going to be ordinary, but it doesn't have to be earth-shattering. Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief as a relaxed smile appeared on her face at the sight of Enlin transcending his tribulation. She felt like nothing was more important than Enlin's safety. To be able to pass the tribulation peacefully and successfully was the most ideal result in her heart. The golden void lightning became more and more fearsome, and after 70 bolts of lightning, many returned to void stage celestial immortals were struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Before they knew it, the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning fell. Even Erling Shin and Chang Yi's expressions shifted upon seeing this. Just the shock waves unleashed by the bolts of lightning struck Enlin's body caused the peak of Panlong Mountain to sink by several hundred meters. Enlin's aura had become extremely powerful and ethereal, and his eyes had become the color of the sky, reflecting everything in this world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin and yang. 9 vast and profound powers circulated in his divine body, absorbing the golden void heavenly lightning in his body and refining his divine body. He wasn't afraid of tribulation lightning, and he didn't even use his lightning manipulation technique. He was able to withstand the tribulation lightning with his own strength. Come, let me witness the power of the final bolt of tribulation lightning. Enlin looked up into the sky as he murmured to himself. Tens of thousands of bolts of golden void lightning tore through the dark clouds in the sky, bearing their terrifying claws and fangs to the world. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. An extremely thick bolt of golden void lightning appeared, as if it were the king of golden void lightning. The golden lightning was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky. Sizzle. Kacha! The space within a radius of over a kilometer crumbled as it was unable to withstand the might of this bolt of lightning. All of the immortals in the celestial court drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. If this bolt of lightning were to fall upon them, all mighty figures below the return to void final stage would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Oh, now that's what a supremely talented tribulation transcendence should look like. The celestial Thearcha's eyes lit up, and Lin was also getting excited. Even though it was a good thing that he was able to transcend the tribulation safely, he felt like something was missing. He knew now that he was right. What he was missing was this feeling of excitement. Tribulation lightning that could threaten his life was the true tribulation lightning. However, this was only a threat to him. He was confident that he could transcend this tribulation. Ha ha ha. Come, let me see your power. And Lin chortled with glee as his battle-intent soared, as if he were a war god standing proudly on the summit of a mountain. In the sky above, the king of golden void lightning roared with rage as a thick bolt of lightning condensed and shrank, but its power became even more terrifying, just as everyone was looking up at the bolt of lightning in the sky with bated breath. The final bolt of golden void lightning moved. Whoosh! It pierced through space and descended from the sky with boundless lightning might and the wrath of the heavens. Goosebumps appeared all over in Lin's body in that instant. It was as if this bolt of lightning was the only color between heaven and earth. Both the sky and the earth were dyed with a boundless golden light. Regardless of whether it was in Lin or the spectators, everyone was extremely nervous at this moment. And then, PFFF, thump. It was as if something had deflated. The golden void lightning between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. This, Everyone was dumbstruck upon seeing this, and Lin was also dumbstruck. All of a sudden, the scene before his eyes blurred. The king of Golden Void Lightning had disappeared, but for some reason, that unique spatial power had already enveloped in Lin's entire body. Immediately afterward, whoosh, and Lin's body disappeared without a trace. The proud figure on the summit of Panlong Mountain had disappeared. All the onlookers were stunned. Deathly silence ensued. After a short while, where's senior student and Lin? My God, where did Godin go? Tens of thousands of students and teachers stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Not only were the students and teachers dumbstruck, but even the immortals of the Celestial Court were also dumbstruck. What happened? Where did Mr. and Lin go? Gasp! He couldn't have been blasted into nothingness by the Golden Void Lightning, could he? Don't spout nonsense. Mr. and Lin is the war god of the Celestial Court. How could he just disappear like that? That's right, war god and Lin is blessed by the heavens. All of the immortals discussed spiritedly among themselves, but they were still extremely perplexed. But he really has disappeared. Could it be that in Lin really? He can't be. And Lin will be fine. A beautiful woman in green robes said with a resolute look in her eyes. Su Xiaolan pointed at the tribulation clouds in the sky with an unquestionable determination in her eyes. Once the person transcending the tribulation dies or their tribulation transcendence has concluded, the tribulation clouds will dissipate. The fact that the tribulation clouds are still present indicates that Enlin is still transcending the tribulation. He's not dead. Su Xiaolan's words instantly brought everyone to a realization. His heart, which was hanging in the air, was finally able to relax a little. So Enlin was blasted to another place by the lightning? Everyone knows that Golden Void Lightning can shatter space, but this is the first time I've seen such a thing. Unheard of. So the question is, where did Enlin go? As soon as he said that, everyone fell into silence. No one knew the answer to this question. Even the 5 great emperors of the heavenly court above the clouds were in a state of confusion. I knew that Enlin's tribulation transcendence wouldn't be this simple. Now you know, Emperor Zue said. I had thought that his tribulation transcendence would be very spectacular, but it was a slap in the face from the get-go. The entire process was just an ordinary lightning tribulation. I had thought that this was going to be a very mundane tribulation transcendence. But who would have thought that he would suddenly disappear into thin air? Emperor Tian Huang rubbed his face with a resigned expression. The celestial Darch heaved a forlorn sigh. And Lin has turned a spectacular tribulation transcendence into a supernatural event. That is indeed a supernatural event. Where is he? Emperor Chang Sheng asked. Emperor Qing Hua held the bead in his hand before shaking his head with a hint of disappointment. This is the power of the heavens. I can't tell. I can only pray that he succeeds now amidst a murky haze. And Lin's consciousness blurred for a split second before he opened his eyes again. Chapter 1342. And Lin opened his eyes, and an extremely powerful sense of feebleness washed over his entire body. His legs gave out from under him, and he almost fell to his knees. I've become immortal. He assessed his body's condition with astonishment. He was completely limp and powerless, and he couldn't even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth anymore. And Lin looked around to find that he was standing on a large floating rock. Everything around him was murky gray, and there were countless sharp blades pointing upward from the bottom of the rock. What is this place? Wasn't I transcending my tribulation? Why am I here? Is this a dream? Or is this an illusionary realm? Perhaps I was struck unconscious by lightning, which is why I'm hallucinating. And Lin murmured to himself as he drew his evil-slaying sword and slashed at his own arm. Splat! Blood splattered through the air, and Lin's face was splattered with blood. Gasp! Ow, ow, ow! and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as he clutched at his injured arm. The excruciating pain made him realize that this was most likely not an illusion. Welcome to the space beyond the heavens. An extremely cold and authoritative voice suddenly sounded from the sky above. It was completely devoid of any emotion, and Lin's expression shifted. "Who are you?" "I am the Golden Void Lightning." The voice sounded again, and Lin's expression darkened. "The Golden Void Lightning can speak? Has it become a spirit?" "Spirit? I am the most essential Golden Void Lightning that was born from the heavens, and I have developed my own consciousness." "That's not wrong," the voice replied in a calm manner. "The most essential Golden Void Lightning? Unique consciousness." And Lin was astonished. How did I get here?" "Because your tribulation lightning is me." The voice sounded again. And Lin, "Do you have to be so arrogant? I'm just an ordinary soul formation stage, cultivator. Why did the Golden Void Lightning come to me during my tribulation transcendence? Did it have to be so exciting?" "As long as you pass my trial, you will have successfully transcended your tribulation," the Golden Void Lightning replied. And Lin forcefully suppressed his urge to complain and asked, "What kind of trial do I have to pass?" "You just need to let nature take its course." The sound of the refined Golden Void Lightning grew fainter and fainter before finally disappearing. And Lin accepted the Golden Void Lightning's explanation. After all, a being that was powerful enough to make him lose all of his strength and teleport him to another place for no apparent reason was definitely no ordinary being. All of a sudden, the refined Golden Void Lightning's voice sounded again. "Tell me, why do you want to progress to the return to void stage?" The Golden Void Lightning's voice was indifferent, but it was filled with majesty, as if it were an interrogation from the heavens. And Lin was stunned. Logically speaking, there should be countless open-ended answers to this question, right? In order to pursue immortality, to seek the path of immortality, and to see more sceneries. This segment should be the heart-questioning segment, and Lin answered very honestly. "Oh, what a simple and selfish way of thinking. It doesn't benefit the world at all." The cold, disdainful voice sounded. At the same time, golden light flashed in the air and Golden Void Lightning appeared. And Lin's body trembled with fear. If he were to be struck by a bolt of Golden Void Lightning in his current state, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. He immediately added, "Golden Void Lightning, I haven't finished speaking yet. I'm doing all of this to become more powerful, to uphold justice, and to save the world." "Good." The refined Golden Void Lightning's voice sounded again. And Lin, it sounded like it was very pleased with this answer. Why was this Golden Void Lightning so righteous and righteous? "Seeing as you have the desire to save the world, then I'll give you a trial named salvation." The Golden Void Lightning's voice sounded again, and Lin was a little confused. The name of this trial sounded a little strange. He didn't have time to do anything else. Another burst of spatial fluctuations erupted. In the air above the murky gray space, two massive floating rocks suddenly appeared. Several thousand humans stood on the floating rocks with confused expressions on their faces. Where is this place?" "Wah, Mommy, I'm so scared." "Don't be scared, Mommy is here." "Ah, look, there's so many knives sticking up from down there." All of the humans' expressions shifted drastically upon seeing this, and all of them began to yell in panic. And Lin's expression shifted. He could sense that these humans weren't illusions. They were living, breathing humans. The floating rock and Lin was standing on was situated between the two massive rocks, but the humans couldn't see him or the rocks. "Kacha!" Another clear cracking sound could be heard. The two massive rocks suddenly began to crack open. "Ah, save me!" "Wah!" All of the humans on the rocks screamed and wailed at the sight of the rocks cracking beneath their feet. If the rocks really did crack open, then what awaited them would be countless cold knives. Stop right now. What's the meaning of this? And Lin looked up into the sky with an enraged expression. A voice sounded from within the murky, gray space again. There are a total of 10,000 humans on the floating rocks. They are all mortals that I randomly selected from the Tai Chu continent. Among them, 6,000 are on the rock on the left, while 4,000 are on the rock on the right. The floating rocks are rapidly cracking due to a lack of energy. A stone slab suddenly appeared before Lin. There were 2 circular holes on the stone slab, and a blue bead appeared beside it. The floating rocks are estimated to crack open in 1 minute. You have an opportunity to save these humans. Insert the blue bead into the hole on the left, and the rock on the left will be able to recover. And Lin was feeling uneasy. If that's the case, what will happen to the humans on the rock on the right? The rock that has lost its energy source will completely collapse, and the humans will fall. The golden void lightning's emotionless voice reverberated through the air, and Lin, he had to choose one of the 2 humans. Are you F***king messing with me? And Lin roared with rage. 40 seconds left. A cold voice sounded from the sky. The floating rocks were on the brink of collapse, and they began to tremor violently. Rocks fell from the sky, but they were all sliced into pieces as if they were tofu. 30 seconds left. The golden void lightning's voice sounded again, and Lin picked up the blue bead, and his hands trembled as he looked at the hovering stone slab in front of him. There were 6,000 people on one side and 4,000 on the other. He had to save more people. The cries of despair and despair erupted from the 10,000 humans on the rocks. And Lin took a deep breath and placed the bead in his left hand toward the hole on his left. 10 seconds left. If he didn't make a choice, they would all die here. He had to make a choice. At the very least, he had to save most of the humans first. Chapter 1343. 1098-76543. The voice of the refined golden void lightning was like a death knell. And Lin was only a mortal now, so there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was choose to save one of the humans on the floating rocks. That's right, he had to make a choice. And this choice wasn't actually that difficult. 2-1, and Lin gritted his teeth and let loose a low roar before placing the blue bead into the hole on the left side of the stone slab. He chose to save those 6,000 people. Boom! The floating rock, carrying 4,000 people, suddenly shattered. 4,000 people fell from the sky amid blood-curdling wails before being punctured by the sharp blades on the ground. And Lin's body trembled with rage upon seeing this, but at the same time his heart was filled with guilt. The rock carrying 6,000 people was finally able to continue to float in the air after being sustained by the energy. However, after surviving the calamity, fear still shrouded the heads of the remaining 6,000 humans. They cried helplessly and hopelessly, making a fuss and crying. Of course, there were some brave people who stepped forward to urge everyone to unite and find a way to escape from this strange space. However, and Lin knew that this was impossible without the permission of the golden void lightning. I've already made my choice. Hurry up and send everyone else back. And Lin roared with rage. Don't panic, the story has only just begun. The refined golden void lightning spoke in a faint voice. Crack! The sound of another rock shattering erupted. The huge floating rock suddenly split into 2 halves and kept moving away from each other. Thus, the 6,000 people were split into 2 groups, one on the left and one on the right. There were 4,000 people on one side, while there were 2,000 people on the other. And Lin seemed to have realized something, and his eyes widened as his breathing accelerated. He clenched his fists tightly, and his fingernails dug into his palms, but he was completely oblivious to the pain. He let loose a beastly roar. What do you want? A poisonous mist suddenly descended from the murky space. 6,000 people fell to the ground in agony, gripping their necks as they wailed in anguish. So painful. Help? Can someone save me? I'm going to die. I feel like my entire body is rotting and being torn apart. Painful wails echoed in the space. The golden void lightning's voice sounded again. Then I, the savior of the world, have another opportunity to save the suffering humans. These 6,000 humans are all poisoned and will die a painful death in a minute. However, you have an antidote. As long as you break it, you can save all the humans on one of the floating rocks. As he spoke, a crystalline blue bottle floated in the air. At the same time, a stone slab with 2 holes appeared in front of Enlin, floating quietly. One left and one right. It was obvious that whichever hole the bottle was placed in would save the humans on that side. And Lin had a mental breakdown. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and slashed it toward the hovering stone slab in a frenzy. "You're King messing with me. I'll cut you down!" Bang, bang, bang. A violent collision sound rang out, but the slate didn't move at all. 50 seconds left. An indifferent voice came from the dusky space. King, Golden Void Lightning, come out and fight me. King, Golden Void Lightning. Get the CK out here, and I'll kill you. And Lin pulled out his sword and roared as he pointed at the dusky space. His words did not receive the slightest response. 40, 39, the countdown continued. And Lin slashed at the hovering stone slab, the antidote bottle, and the ground in a frenzy, but it was all to no avail. The anguished cries of the 6,000 mortals continued to reverberate in his ears. In the end, time was almost up, and Lin made a decision and saved the 4,000 mortals. He couldn't just stand by and watch everyone die, so he could only choose to save more people. The antidote transformed into a mist that completely neutralized the poison in the 4,000 mortals. The other 2,000 mortals were all poisoned to death. The remaining 4,000 mortals were on the brink of mental collapse. Right at this moment, the hovering stone slab cracked open again. The mortals were split up into 2 groups of 1,000 and 3,000. Silver needles suddenly began to fall from the sky. A massive umbrella appeared in front of Enlin, which he could use to shield one of the hovering stones from the falling silver needles. This was actually quite an easy choice, wasn't it? Thus, he chose 3,000 mortals. He couldn't kill all 4,000 mortals, and he certainly couldn't kill 3,000 mortals while keeping 1,000 mortals alive. Logic told him that he could only sacrifice the small number and save the majority. The 3,000 mortals were saved by Enlin. The survivors were pessimistic and felt like this was hell. But there were also optimists who thought that as long as they could survive this ordeal, they would definitely be able to escape from this space. The hovering stone slab beneath their feet then cracked open again, and Lin silently raised his hand and continued his journey of salvation. "I'll save these 2,000 mortals. I'll save these 1,500 mortals. I'll save these 1,000 mortals." He continued to make his choice, and he continued to save. Finally, on a hovering stone slab, there was only an old woman holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl sobbed in horror, and the old woman held the little girl tightly in her arms to comfort her. "Wah, Grandma, I'm so scared. Are we going to die? Sigh, don't cry. Close your eyes, and when you open them again, we'll be home." In front of the hovering stone slab, and Lin stood at the edge of the hovering stone slab, and his hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at the remaining 2 people. A series of screams erupted. The little girl and the old woman were forcibly separated by a burst of power. The hovering stone slab was also torn in half. "Grandma, Grandma," the little girl wailed. "Don't be scared, Ching Ching. Grandma is here, don't be scared." The old woman consoled her in an urgent voice, and Lin felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife upon seeing this. This is the final choice. You can save one person, and that person will be able to return to their original world. The golden void lightning suddenly said, and Lin's body trembled upon hearing this, and he looked at the little girl and the old woman. It was a multiple-choice question again, and he had to choose who to save. 1 minute, the golden void lightning replied, and Lynn pointed a trembling finger at the little girl. I'll save her. The old woman was nearing the end of her lifespan, but the child was still too young, so he chose to give the hope of survival to the child. Thus, the rock beneath the old woman's feet shattered amid the screams and cries of the little girl, and her body plummeted to the ground, having been punctured by a saber. She had died. Wah! Grandma, how are we going to live if you die? The little girl wiped away her tears with an ashen expression, and her eyes became extremely hollow, as if all of the color had been drained from them. She made her way to the edge of the hovering stone slab and looked down at the old woman on the ground with a tragic smile on her face. Grandma, it's all right, I'm coming for you. And Lynn seemed to have realized something, and his pupils contracted as he yelled at the top of his lungs, No! The little girl didn't hear him. A petite body leaped into the air before plunging into the boundless sea of sabers. Blood splattered through the air as the merciless sabers punctured her frail body, and Lynn's body trembled as he stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with bloodshot eyes. The golden void lightning's indifferent yet joyful voice sounded again. Congratulations! You've taken it upon yourself to save the common people. You've carried out the principle of sacrificing your family to protect the greater good, and you've finally killed all of the humans. Chapter 1344. The golden void lightning's words seemed to have exploded in Lynn's mind, and Lynn's body shuddered as he fell into a daze as he recalled the scenes that had just unfolded in his mind. I killed them. No, that's not it. I was clearly trying to save them. I was trying to save them. And Lynn clasped his head and shook his head relentlessly as he yelled in a loud voice, Save them. The golden void lightning spoke in an indifferent voice. Then look at the countless people on the ground who have been pierced by blades. They are all people that you abandoned. And Lynn turned his eyes toward the bottom of the floating rocks to discover that all of the people on the ground had been pierced by blades. All of them had died horribly, and their blood had stained the blades and splattered all over the ground. This was like a scene straight out of hell, like a slaughterhouse, and it appeared right before Lynn's eyes. Despair and deathly silence enshrouded the entire space. I did all of this? And Lynn murmured, That's right, these are all people that you saved. The golden void lightning's low voice sounded like the muttering of a demon. You single-handedly caused all of this. You killed all of these 10,000 people. No, I didn't do it. I definitely didn't do it. I clearly didn't want to do this. I didn't cause their deaths. And Lynn's heart was filled with guilt as he looked at all of the people on the ground, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. You're sacrificing at the same time you're saving them. So in the end, you can't save anyone. You're the one who pressed the button and made the choice to kill them all. You're the one who killed them all. The golden void lightning chuckled. Do you know how much pain they were in before they died? Do you know how much despair they felt before they died? Do you want me to give you a taste? The golden void lightning's voice traveled into Lynn's ears. Boundless pain and negative emotions instantly surged into Lynn's mind, and Lynn rolled around on the ground in pain as he howled and sobbed. Anyone with a mortal body would collapse if they were to endure such a huge amount of pain and negative emotions. And Lynn felt as if he was about to collapse. His mind became hazy, and his heart was filled with self-blame and a painful struggle. They all died because of me? Did I kill them? 10,000 lives. I deserve to die. He pulled out his evil-slaying sword and was about to commit suicide. Suddenly he realized something, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. No, you're the one who killed them. And Lynn raised his head and looked into the murky sky, his eyes filled with rage. You're the one who placed the human there and forced me to make a choice. I don't have any other choice. I just want to save them. They will definitely understand me. They will understand you. The golden void lightning's laughter reverberated through the air. So be it. I'll show you whether they'll understand you after learning that you were the one who made these decisions. Come out, vengeful souls of the dead humans. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits floated up from the corpses. All of them pounced toward Lin after learning the truth about how they had become like this. Roar. It was you. Why did you abandon me? Did I deserve to be abandoned just because I stood where there were fewer people? The vengeful spirits pounced toward Lin with a violent aura emanating from their bodies. What right do you have to decide whether I live or die? I don't want to die. Why are you so cruel? The female ghost extended her sharp claws as she made her way toward Lin. You killed me. I'm going to make you pay with your life. The evil ghost pounced toward Lin with a ferocious expression. The countless vengeful spirits unleashed their emotions with abandon as they pounced toward Lin. And Lin rolled around on the ground with blood all over his body. Big brother. A crisp voice sounded, and Lin raised his head to discover a little girl standing before him. This little girl was the one he had chosen in the end. He wanted her to be the last one to survive. A smile suddenly appeared on the little girl's face as she stared at Lin. Big brother, you're so evil. How could you let so many people die? Even my grandma was killed by you. You really deserve to die. The little girl raised a dagger before plunging it viciously into Lin's chest. A demon like you shouldn't exist in this world. Die. A cruel smile appeared on the little girl's face. A lacerating pain shot through Lin's chest, and his eyes were filled with confusion and remorse. Ha ha ha. See, all of the living beings hate you, but you're doing this for them? You're trying to save them? That's not what they think. The golden void lightning crackled with laughter, as if it were celebrating something. That's right. No one is grateful to me. They all think I deserve to die, but what can I do? And Lin also laughed as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. You actually have a choice, the golden void lightning suddenly said. WH, what choice? And Lin looked up into the sky, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were trying to grasp onto a lifeline. There was a hint of amusement in the golden void lightning's voice. We can choose not to save them from the very beginning and let them all die. And Lin's heart jolted upon hearing this. Let them all die. That's right. Humans are like this. They don't understand your intentions, nor do they understand your painful struggles. If you're the one who manipulated them and caused them to die, then they'll vent all their anger on you. However, if you don't do anything, then they can only blame the heavens for their deaths. Why would they blame you? The golden void lightning's words struck a peculiar chord in Lin's heart. The more you do, the more you make mistakes. There's no value in saving a human like this, is there? The golden void lightning's indifferent voice suddenly became extremely enticing. Humans have no value in being saved. And Lin's eyes glazed over as he repeated the golden void lightning's words. That's right, just let them all die there. If you save one side, you'll become the villain of the other side. You'll become an unforgivable villain. Seeing as that's the case, isn't it better to let nature take its course? The golden void lightning asked. You're right. They're all going to die in the end anyway, so why should I be an idiot and a savior? In the end, they're going to turn into vengeful spirits to kill me. And Lin chortled with glee as he coughed up blood from his internal organs. A bolt of golden void lightning fell from the sky and tore apart all 10,000 vengeful spirits. And Lin's body was riddled with wounds, and he raised his head to look at the golden lightning before him. The golden lightning wasn't very thick, only about half the size of a grown man. Even though it was quite small, it was extremely intelligent, and it twisted its body in an extremely agile manner. A burst of paramount lightning might erupted in the air, making one feel as if they were facing the entire heaven and earth, making them feel extremely insignificant. You're the only essential golden void lightning between heaven and earth. And Lin murmured, "That's right. I'm very pleased to be able to reach a consensus with you." The golden void lightning's voice was filled with enticement. The human race is going to go extinct sooner or later. If they die, then so be it. There's no value in being saved at all. Rather than expending so much effort to save them, why don't we just let them die? And Lin didn't know why the topic of their conversation had taken such a turn. However, for some reason, he felt like the golden void lightning's words made a lot of sense. The golden void lightning adopted a humanoid form and extended a hand. "And Lin, you don't belong to the human race. You belong to us, so come with us." Chapter 1345. And Lin was dumbstruck. The golden void lightning's words contained far too much information. "I don't belong to the human race. I belong to you?" And Lin murmured with incredulity etched on his face. He looked up at the golden void lightning and asked, "Who are you?" The golden void lightning hovered over to Lin and adopted a humanoid form with a smile on its face. "Let me introduce myself. Not only am I the only essential golden void lightning between heaven and earth, I am also the ruler of the lightning heavenly gods. In other words, I am a part of the heavens." And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Under the intense stimulation of the outside world, his mind recovered a little bit of clarity. At the same time, Lin was also extremely astonished. He didn't think that he would encounter a ruler of the heavenly gods during his tribulation transcendence. The golden void lightning pointed at Lin. "I can sense a familiar aura from your body, and I feel like you and I are the same type of aura. I trust my judgment. So what kind of ruler of the heavenly gods are you?" And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. What if he told the heavenly lightning god that he was the ruler of the lightning heavenly gods? Would it beat him up? Sigh. The golden void lightning had become the ruler of the lightning heavenly gods. How was the heavenly lightning god supposed to survive? How was he supposed to bluff it? This matter was really forcing the king of trickery to his death. He had to change his title. Tamer of divine lightning? No. The golden void lightning was lightning. Was he supposed to *CK it? Just as Lin was hesitating about what to say, the golden void lightning continued. "Can't you remember? Perhaps you haven't fully awakened your powers yet. You haven't awakened your own identity or the power of the heavenly gods. Don't worry. I'm familiar with this kind of situation. Do you feel a sense of familiarity when you're facing my true body? Familiarity, very familiarity." Countless mythological beasts stampeded in Lin's heart. "I haven't even thought of a *king explanation yet. And you've already come up with a plausible reason? As expected of the self-awareness of the heavenly gods. Bad *SS. That's right. That's because we're family." The golden void lightning was very happy to hear this. "I've wandered this world, and I've always believed that there are others like me in this world. When I saw you going through the tribulation, this feeling became even stronger. You are the first existence that gave me such a familiar feeling." And Lin nodded. "So it was a pitiful lone authority, controller of lightning. Although I don't know why it feels so familiar with me. It seems like I can still do something about it," the golden void lightning continued. "Even though both of us possess powers of the heavenly Tao, your attitude toward humans has clearly deviated. In this world, there are many things that can't be undone. It's the same for humans. Their mistakes can't be undone. There's no way to save them. Whether we save them or not, the result will be the same. Why not give up on them completely? I believe that everything I've done before has made you deeply aware of this truth, right?" The golden void lightning continued as it looked at Lin with anticipation in its eyes. And Lin nodded. "Yes, all humans deserve to die." "Brother," the golden void lightning was extremely excited. "For the sake of the balance and stability of heaven and earth, I hope you can join me in my plan to destroy the human race." A plan to destroy the human race? What's the specific plan? And Lin asked in a probing manner. I haven't thought about it yet, the Golden Void Lightning replied with an awkward expression. And Lin, don't laugh at me, brother. The Golden Void Lightning seemed to have sensed in Lin's peculiar expression, and it hurriedly explained, I can sense changes in the heavenly Tao. Not long ago, a heavenly Tao charged directly into the core region of the human race, the celestial court, after which the consciousness of the heavenly Tao suddenly disappeared. In other words, it was destroyed. Humans are not as simple as we think, so we have to take things slowly in order to deal with them. The Golden Void Lightning's words put Lin at ease. If even the heavenly Tao, was thinking this way, then the other heavenly Tao, should also be wary and wouldn't attack the human race for now. That's right, and Lin was still thinking about the human race. He was a human, so how could he attack a human? Everything he had done was just to get information out of the Golden Void Lightning. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. And Lin had to admit that he had indeed been bewitched by the Golden Void Lightning and had almost suffered a mental breakdown. His sense of guilt had been overtaken by despair toward the human race, and he had almost lost himself. But when he heard the words authority of lightning, his heart suddenly shook, and he came to a sudden understanding. All of this was a trap. One had to admit that hearing about the lightning authority really made one lose their composure, and Lin's mind gradually regained clarity, and he slowly recovered from the previous mental stimulation. The Golden Void Lightning was trying to convince him to switch sides and think that they were the same species, so he was naturally going to play along with the Golden Void Lightning. I wonder who killed that brother who invaded the Tai Chu continent. To think that humans have a way to combat the heavenly Tao. An enraged expression appeared on the Golden Void Lightning's face, and Lin blinked his eyes obediently. The person who had killed the heavenly wind god was right in front of him. It looked like this so-called autonomous will of the heavenly Tao wasn't omniscient after all. In fact, it could even be adorably stupid at times. By the way, brother Golden Void Lightning, you can sense the powers of the heavenly Tao, so how many powers of the heavenly Tao are there? And Lin changed the subject with a curious expression. The Golden Void Lightning shook its head. I don't know. I don't even know who the brother who invaded the celestial court was. I only have a general feeling. It turned to Lin. You're the first brother I've ever met. And Lin smiled, but he thought to himself, it's a pity that I'm not one. The Golden Void Lightning continued. Stay with me in the heavens beyond heaven, and we'll devise a plan to destroy the human race together. I'll also try to help you awaken your powers during this process. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. I'm not even a heavenly god. How the hell am I supposed to awaken? Wait, I seem to have the power of the heavenly wind god. And Lin seemed to have understood something. The aura that the Golden Void Lightning was referring to, and the fact that it thought he was one of its own. Could it be because he possessed the power of the heavenly wind god? Just as these thoughts were running through his mind, a burst of movement suddenly erupted within his body. His mortal body suddenly regained a sense of energy, immediately following which his sea of vital energy also began to appear. His power, which had disappeared, began to quickly return. And Lin stared at the humanoid Golden Void Lightning with a surprised expression, thinking that it was the one who had done this. However, it didn't react in the slightest, as if it was still contemplating how to destroy the human race and how to help Lin awaken his power. It was also at this moment that a pair of shimmering golden eyes suddenly opened within Lin's sea of vital energy. Chapter 1346. His sea of vital energy surged, and the golden lightning tore through the void. And Lin's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly felt nauseous. Brother, what's wrong? The heavenly lightning god asked anxiously upon seeing Lin's appearance. You, come over here and see what's in my mouth. And Lin called the heavenly lightning god over with a pained expression on his face. The heavenly lightning god hurriedly approached Enlil and widened its eyes in curiosity. Golden divine symbols revolved around its hands, as if it wanted to analyze Enlil's body. Strange. I can feel that your power that was sealed by me is recovering. The heavenly lightning god had a curious expression on its face, and it stuck its head closer to Enlin's mouth. Enlil also nodded. That's right, it's so strange. Erg. A ball of golden light suddenly shot out from Enlin's mouth. It was extremely fast, and the heavenly lightning god who was closest to his mouth had no time to dodge. The ball of golden light hit its face. The ball of golden light was a tiny golden person wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and shorts. It opened its mouth wide, and its mouth was even larger than its body. Just like that, it swallowed the heavenly lightning god in front of it. Roar. Let me go. A series of thunderous booms erupted, and it was as if the heavens were roaring. The tiny golden person's stomach bulged continuously, and an expression of pain appeared on its face. Enlil. Seeing this, Enlil immediately channeled all the power in his body and injected it into the tiny golden person. Even the vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy breathed out holy flames, which penetrated through a sea of vital energy and directly affected Enlin's body, helping him refine the heavenly lightning god within his body. Enlil was extremely astonished by Enlin's performance. Previously, Enlil had been telling Enlil that he wanted to eat the golden void lightning. In fact, Enlin's sealed power was also broken by Enlin's intense appetite. Enlil could even break through the power set up by the heavenly lightning god. It was exactly because of this that Enlil decided to take a gamble and lure the heavenly lightning god over, so that Enlil could eat it. Now, Enkirin had really swallowed the heavenly lightning god in one gulp. This made Enlil both excited and nervous. He cheered for Enkirin in his heart. Go, Enkirin. Don't lose to the heavenly lightning god. My brother Lay, what happened to you? Let go of my brother Lay, Enkirin. Enlil yelled with an enraged expression. At the same time, he looked at Enkirin with an encouraging expression. Even if he really wanted the heavenly lightning god to die, he still had to think of a way out if he failed. If Enkirin couldn't do it, he could still continue to be brothers with the heavenly lightning god. Roar. Let me go. Who are you? Why are you able to suppress my power? The heavenly lightning god roared and struggled frantically within Enkirin's body. Enkirin remained unmoved, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. The golden void lightning beneath him blossomed like a lotus flower, and his body was as dazzling as the sun. He did his best to digest the heavenly lightning god within him. Not only was the heavenly lightning god unable to understand Enkirin, but even Enlil was unable to understand his own Enkirin. What on earth was Enkirin? Why was he able to suppress the heavenly lightning god's power? One had to realize that the heavenly lightning god represented the heavenly Tao. That was the paramount power of lightning. Why was Enkirin able to suppress it? Could it be that there was something even more powerful than the heavens in this world? Just as Enlil was feeling bewildered, it was as if Enkirin's golden light was about to break through the void and break through the entire space. Enlil was shocked. He could feel a power that looked down upon the heavens from Enkirin's body. It was as if Enkirin was the only existence in this world, and everything in this world had to bow down to him. The heavenly lightning god's struggles within Enkirin's body became weaker and weaker. Moreover, he could no longer cry out. It was as if he was a god that was slowly slipping into an abyss. In the end, he would disappear into the boundless darkness. Enlil could see that Enkirin's golden body had completely solidified. His entire body exuded a paramount divine aura, and a ring of lightning had also appeared above his head. This was the divine ring that represented the heavenly Tao. Enkirin opened his majestic eyes. There was a solemn and holy expression on his face, and he slowly opened his mouth. Yaya, yaya, and Lin's body trembled when he heard these words. It was as if the heavens were whispering in his ears. Although he didn't understand what he was saying, he felt that it was extremely bad *SS. 15 minutes later, there were no longer any signs of struggle within in Kieran's body. Ha! Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Heavenly lightning god, perhaps to you, 10,000 humans are no different from weeds on the ground. But to me, even if you are the heavens, I will still destroy you for slaughtering the human race. Your fate now is to pay for what you've done with your life. And Lynn stared at the spot where the heavenly lightning god had disappeared and spoke with a resolute expression. It was also at this moment that a ding-dong sound suddenly sounded from the system within his body. Detected, that host has already swallowed the lightning, heavenly Tao. Currently, host has obtained Stage 4 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 5 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 6 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 7 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 8 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 9 Lightning Essence Cultivation Method, and Lynn was completely dumbstruck when he saw this. Holy F***CK. What on earth happened? Is the system going to explode? Did it just complete so many cultivation methods at once? Before he could even come to his senses, boundless lightning true intent surged into his mind like a tsunami. It was as if his head was going to explode. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. And Lynn clutched his head and wailed in agony. So it wasn't the system that was going to explode, it was him. And Kieran was still sitting on the golden void lightning lotus. He cocked his head to the side in confusion as he looked at the pained Lynn. Tai Chu Continent, Celestial Court, Xiaoxian United University. The tribulation clouds in the sky stretched as far as the eye could see, obscuring heaven and earth as dark lightning surged. There was no one left on the Panlong Mountain, but the tribulation clouds in the sky still hadn't dissipated. The clouds swirled like dark vortexes, as if the end of the world had arrived. All the spectating students and immortals were extremely concerned. Senior student and Lynn has been in there for so long. Is he going to be all right? Didn't you hear what senior student Su Xiaolan said? The tribulation clouds haven't dissipated, which means he's still transcending his tribulation. He's definitely transcending his tribulation somewhere we can't see. God and is invincible. He'll definitely be fine. Compared to the students' optimism, the immortals of the celestial court were a lot more pessimistic. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. The golden void lightning imbued with the might of the heavens is also getting lesser and lesser. Could it be that the tribulation is dissipating? The tribulation transcendence is over, but Enlin still hasn't come out. Could it be that Enlin has already? Sai, the more supremely talented a person is, the more likely they are to be envied by the heavens and fall. All of the immortals looked up at the slowly disappearing tribulation clouds with wistful expressions. If Enlin really did die, it would be an extremely heavy loss to the celestial court. Su Xiaolan wore her jade, barley ink garment as she stood atop another mountain. She pursed her lips and looked up at the center of the tribulation lightning with a stubborn expression. No matter what difficulties he faces, Enlin will be able to overcome them. He doesn't even fear the heavens, so how could he lose to a mere tribulation? Chapter 1347. The tribulation clouds in the sky disappeared at a faster and faster rate. This time, even the students on the ground who did not have a high cultivation base sensed the abnormality. The tribulation clouds are starting to disappear. Why hasn't classmate Enlin appeared yet? How could this be? No way. Senior Enlin will definitely be fine. Some of the students had tears in their eyes as they stared intently at the summit of Panlong Mountain. There was no one there, but everyone was praying for the white-robed figure to reappear. To them, Enlin wasn't just an idol worthy of worship. He was more like the most important light in the hearts of all the students. As long as Enlin was there, they would be able to break through all difficulties and darkness and never despair. But what if this light disappeared, the tribulation cloud slowly disappeared, but their hearts felt as if they had been plunged into an icy cavern, just as everyone was plunged into grief and sorrow. The heavens suddenly began to tremor violently. An indescribable burst of power instantly enshrouded heaven and earth. What on earth happened? Everyone turned their eyes toward the sky. An extremely terrifying power seemed to have descended from the heavens. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have encountered some kind of special power as they surged violently. Kacha! Something suddenly cracked open. Everyone had yet to come to their senses. A massive bolt of golden lightning tore through the heavens like a divine sword, piercing through the heavens for over 1,500 kilometers. The dark clouds were torn in half by the divine lightning, and the dazzling lightning was even more dazzling than the sun, pulverizing everything and extending into infinity and beyond. Not only did that terrifying lightning blind the tens of thousands of students and teachers, as well as the immortals of the celestial court, but even the 5 emperors of the celestial court were astonished upon seeing it. This is golden void lightning that can tear the heavens apart. What terrifying golden void lightning! It gives me the feeling that it's the sovereign of the heavens. It's paramount and mighty, and its might is limitless. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the center of the lightning. Regardless of whether it was the terrifying golden void lightning or the billions of bolts of lightning within the tribulation clouds, all of them trembled and bowed before that figure, not daring to continue roaring. This was supposed to be an earth-shattering scene, but it had become as still as a painting. One person appeared, and the heavens fell silent. Is this a god? Someone looked at this miraculous scene and murmured, "Wait, that figure looks familiar." Chang'e's beautiful eyes stared at the figure that was like the king of lightning as she spoke softly. "And Lin!" A pleasant yet excited voice called out. He saw that Su Xiaolan, who was dressed in green, was already flying toward the man in the sky excitedly. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and an extremely joyful smile appeared on her face. The man in the sky waved his hand, and the lightning wrapping around his body dissipated, revealing a handsome face with a warm smile. He smiled and said, "I'm back." After saying that, he had already embraced the green-clothed woman. "And Lin, why is your tribulation transcendence so terrifying? You scared me to death." Su Xiaolan buried her head into Enlin's chest as she sobbed. When Enlin disappeared, no matter how resolute she appeared to be in front of others or how much she believed that Enlin would return, she was still scared to death on the inside. It could be said that she was the person who was most worried about Enlin. Now that Enlin had returned safely, Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into tears as she vented the emotions in her heart. It's all right now. See, I'm fine now, aren't I?" And Lin smiled as he patted her back and consoled her in a gentle voice. At this moment, beneath the lightning clouds, everyone was astonished, followed by cries of ecstasy and cheers. "It's Enlin. It really is Enlin. Ha ha! I told you God was invincible. How could he lose to tribulation lightning? He was able to make all of the lightning bow down to him as soon as he appeared. What a sight to behold! I wonder just how powerful Enlin is now. Just looking at those bolts of lightning gives me chills. To think that he was able to make all of those bolts of lightning behave so obediently. What a terrifying ability! As expected of my master. He just slew the heavens." Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings, and all of the soft white fur on his body stood on end with excitement. He was like a porcupine, and he didn't even know how to use idioms anymore. The 5 emperors also stood up and stared at Enlin with astonishment on their faces. This feeling, there's no mistaking it. That power is slightly similar to the power of the heavenly wind god. Is it the same type of power? The rift in the sky slowly began to close up. The lightning divine halo above Enlin's head also began to disappear, and his golden void lightning robe turned into a white robe, and Lin was still the same in Lin, but his aura had become indiscernible and indiscernible. No one knew what would happen if he unleashed his full power. He, Su Xiaolan, slowly descended onto the summit of Panlong Mountain. Disperse. And Lin waved a hand. Bam! The boundless tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated with a casual wave of his hand. Sunlight shone down upon the earth again, warming all living beings. Before everyone had a chance to offer their congratulations, they were once again stunned by Lin's godlike power. And Lin, where did you go? I was so worried. Su Xiaolan stared at Lin with curiosity in her eyes. It's a long story. I was blasted by the golden void lightning to a place called the heavens beyond heaven. After that, I seized its power and used it to forcibly break open a barrier, and only then was I able to return safely. We can discuss the details when we get back. And Lin sighed with emotion. Oh, right, it looks like I'm still missing a little bit. After all, the return to void stage requires 81 bolts of lightning. I don't think I've endured the final bolt of lightning in this world. He suddenly clapped his hands together. What? Su Xiaolan stared blankly at Lin, and Lin thought for a moment before his divine halo appeared above his head, and he waved a hand toward the clear sky. Come back, he said. Instantly, the sky became densely packed with tribulation clouds. An extremely thick bolt of golden void lightning tore through space before crashing down upon Lin's body. And Lin spread open his arms and happily absorbed the golden void lightning with an expression of bliss on his face. The final flaw in his cultivation had been completely remedied by this bolt of lightning. All right, we can go now. And Lin waved his hands again. Bam! The boundless tribulation, clouds in the sky, dissipated. Tens of thousands of teachers and students were dumbstruck. The immortals of the celestial court looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even the 5 emperors of the celestial court looked at each other as if they had seen something completely illogical. Did Lin just summon tribulation lightning again? He summoned tribulation lightning with a casual wave of his hand, then dispersed it with a single wave of his hand. Is he still a human? Even the heavenly tribulation obeyed Mr. and Lin's every whim. Do you think Lin is still a human? He's definitely not a human, he's a god. All of the immortals were astonished. They didn't know what to say, so they could only describe him as a heavenly god. Tai, Chu Continent, the Celestial Court, Xiuxian United University. And Lin transcended his tribulation on the Panlong Mountain, swallowed a heavenly god, cracked the heavens, and successfully ascended to the rank of a god under the witness of all the immortals. Chapter 1348. Master, Big Brotherin, Woof, Dabai, Xiaohong, and the other beast pets all rushed over to congratulate Lin. Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, and all of his other friends also came over to congratulate him. And Lin, have you really progressed to the return to void stage now? Xianyuan Cheng's eyes lit up as he appraised Lin. I don't look any different from before. Su Qianyun cocked her head to the side, and Lin's face was reflected in her dreamy blue eyes as she spoke in a mellow voice. How is it different? You were so cool and enviable when you played with the golden void lightning like a toy. Su Xiaolan's eyes crinkled into crescents as she gripped tightly onto Lin's hand, appearing to be extremely elated. Of course I am. When I get bad *SS, even I am scared of myself. A buoyant smile appeared on Lin's face as he pointed a finger forward, upon which the space nearby cracked open like a spider web, upon which wisps of white lightning crackled. From afar, it looked like a massive snowflake had frozen in the air. Wow, so beautiful. Su Qianyun's blue eyes were glowing. You've only just progressed to the return to void stage, yet you're already so proficient in spatial manipulation, as expected of the most supremely talented prodigy of the kingdom of the 9 states. Vice Principal Yuhua stroked his beard with a wide smile on his face. The little whale swam around Enlin and blew bubbles excitedly from its mouth. Congratulations, our Celestial Court Xiaoxian United University is proud of Enlin. Chong. He made her way over to Enlin with a faint smile on her face. I really didn't come for nothing this time. Your tribulation transcendence was simply too spectacular. It's all thanks to the divine pill you refined for me, Chong. Not taking into account other things, the divine pill tasted really good, and Lin gave Chong a thumbs up. Grandmaster Alchemy, please give me your autograph and take a picture with you. She spread open his arms and pounced toward Lin excitedly as if he were going to eat him alive. And Lin immediately unleashed a volleyball palm at Shi, sending him flying just like Shuizhantian. The immortals of the Celestial Court, as well as the students and teachers, came one after another to offer their congratulations. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan stowed the photographic crystal away, and his body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. This is fantastic. Every single one of Enlin's tribulations is fantastic. I'm going to watch the video on the image recording crystal 100 times when I get back. No, even 100 times isn't enough. I want to watch such a beautiful tribulation 10,000 times. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan chortled with glee, as if he were a child who had just received a precious treasure. The 5 emperors of the Celestial Court also sent their blessings to Enlin. They were increasingly unable to understand Enlin, but they also knew that this wasn't the time to discuss this. In short, everything was fine as long as Enlin was able to successfully overcome the tribulation. The summit of Panlong Mountain became extremely rowdy. Wang Xinyu even suggested that the entire university hold a commendation ceremony the next day to honor Enlin alone. He wanted to commend him for setting a good example for the Celestial Court and the United University of Cultivation, and Lin felt like this was too troublesome, and he wanted to refuse. However, Wang Xinyu's suggestion received the approval of all of the teachers and students of the university, and the proposal was unanimously approved. Theoretically speaking, Enlin still had a veto vote. After all, he was the main character of the commendation ceremony. However, Su Xiaolan had voted in favor of the proposal, so Enlin's veto vote was invalid. Sigh, I clearly want to be a low-profile cultivator, Enlin lamented. Big brother, your words are just as untrustworthy as Sun Wukong's words about wanting to be an honest person. Woof! Dabai looked at Enlin with a disdainful expression. After receiving everyone's blessings, Enlin returned to his dorm room. He needed to take a break and sort out his current situation. Within his dorm room, a frying pan hot pot party was held. Xianyuan Cheng, Tang Shimin, Su Xiaolan, Luo Ziping, Yao Xiao, and all of his beast pets and disciples gathered together to celebrate Enlin's breakthrough to the return to Void Stage. After drinking to their heart's content, Enlin ate a 9-flame, true yang fruit. This was an extremely precious first-grade immortal fruit that the guardian of the Sun Tree, Ili, had given to him on the top level of the Sun Tree. Its medicinal power was extremely potent, and it was imbued with extremely pure yang energy. It could drastically enhance the purity of one's flame power, and it could also help one comprehend Tao intent and consolidate one's cultivation base. His power had been increasing at an insane rate recently, and he desperately needed to consolidate his cultivation base. This first-grade immortal fruit was perfect for that. And Lin ate the 9-flame true yang fruit before sitting down to meditate and consolidate his cultivation base. Bursts of flame power revolved around his body like dragons, illuminating the entire dorm room. Big Brother and even the special effects of meditation have become so exaggerated? Woof! Dabai was a little astonished. So powerful. Just from sensing his energy fluctuations, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to press him under my body. Su Xiaolan rested her chin in her hands as her clear eyes roamed over Lin's body. What do you mean? You've pressed Big Brother and under your body before? What kind of position was that? Dabai shot a glance at Su Xiaolan as a smile appeared on his face. Su Xiaolan. Dabai, don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because your master is powerful. I, Su Xiaolan, can't kill Enlin, but I can still kill you with ease. Dabai felt a chill run down his spine, and his body shuddered as he immediately sprawled onto the ground and begged for his life. At this moment, Enlin was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. His eyes were tightly shut as he inspected his own body. Thinking back to the past, in the ancient Tai Chu realm, after absorbing 10 golden realm essence crystals, he had attained the embryonic body of the war god. After absorbing 100 golden realm essence crystals, he had attained the initial success stage of the body of the war god. Now he had attained the initial success stage of the body of the war god, and in the short span of 2 years, he had tempered his body countless times. Not only did he cultivate in all types of high-rank cultivation methods, but he had also fused all types of high-rank immortal pills, immortal fruits, and divine pills. He had also experienced countless battles of life and death, and the initial success stage of the body of the war god had already been forged to the extreme. He just didn't know when he would be able to complete a mission for him. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had already cultivated 2 of the cultivation techniques to their limits, namely the wind elemental cultivation technique and the lightning elemental cultivation technique. Both of them were at the 9th level of the heavenly Tao. When he was at the soul formation stage, he was unable to use the power of the heavenly gods. Now that he had progressed to the return to void stage, he could finally use a portion of the power of the heavenly gods. However, there were many restrictions on using it on the Tai Chu continent, so he was unable to reach the heights of the heavenly wind god and the heavenly lightning god. However, he could still flex a little. He had been able to use the power of the heavenly god to deal with the golden void lightning in his tribulation transcendence, but that was only because he was transcending his own tribulation lightning, which was easy to control. If this were someone else's tribulation lightning, he wouldn't be able to do this. Otherwise, he would be able to expand his tribulation transcendence business. He had made a major breakthrough in his cultivation method. He had also attained an extremely high level of enlightenment in the Tao of space. Not taking into account other things, his perception of the Tao of space was quite powerful. After all, this was directly related to the power of his consciousness. As for the power of his consciousness, it was comparable to that of a return to void final stage cultivator when he was only at the soul formation stage. Now that he had progressed to the return to void stage, there was definitely no one in the return to void stage who was more powerful than him. All of these factors came together, and Lin didn't know just how powerful he was right now. However, if they really fought, perhaps even he would be afraid of himself. Chapter 1349. In the depths of the West Sea, on an island enshrouded in divine light, Lan Xiaoni held a secret report in her hand, and her usual majesty as the alliance leader was nowhere to be seen. In its place was an elated smile like that of a little girl. This is great. Big Boss and Lin has finally progressed to the return to void stage. I knew that a prodigy like him would have no problem progressing to the return to void stage in a few years. She held the secret report as she sat on the tall throne. She lay down on her side as she looked at the face of the man on the report, and her bright blue eyes crinkled slightly with a smile. I heard that he also eliminated the self-consciousness of the heavenly Tao, which possessed the power of the heavenly wind god. As expected, Big Boss is not an ordinary prodigy. Xiaoni has to work harder as well. The West Sea Alliance has almost spread across the entire West Sea, but there are still a few ancient powers that are hostile toward the human race that are unwilling to submit. It looks like it's time to take action against them. The woman on the throne spoke softly as a determined look appeared in her eyes. In the southwestern region of the Kingdom of the 9 States, on a vast expanse of black earth, this was an immortal realm that was completely different from the rest of the world. There were lush mountains and clear waters here, as well as all types of spirit beasts and immortal fruits. There was also boundless, auspicious energy that danced in the air, and the vital energy here was so rich that it transformed into a mortal mist that hovered over this vast expanse of land. If a normal cultivator were to cultivate here, they would be able to do so many times faster than in the outside world. The 3 holy disciples of the Blood tribe were currently observing the Tao intent in front of the statue of the Blood Patriarch. Cassidy drew circles in the air with her slender finger, and a drop of blood revolved around her finger. For some reason, the statue of the Blood Patriarch, which had already been petrified and hadn't undergone any special rituals, suddenly began to stir. As expected, the Blood Patriarch wanted our holy leader's blood. The Blood Patriarch only reacted to us because we had absorbed the holy leader's blood. Cassidy nodded with a calm expression. She wasn't all that surprised by what was happening. Now that the holy leader has reached the return to void stage, we can speed up our plan. A faint smile appeared on Tobias' face, and his eyes shone brightly, as if they were brimming with boundless battle intent. I wonder if the holy leader's blood will taste even better now that he's at the return to void stage. An intoxicated expression appeared on Cassidy's face as she extended her little tongue to lick the drop of blood on her finger. Aha! Ah! Cassidy's ecstatic moans echoed throughout the land of the Blood Patriarch. Within the 4-9 Immortal sect, celebratory banners covered the entire sect. Banners such as "Congratulations to Patriarch Enlin for breaking through to the return to void stage." Sect leader Enlin is blessed with boundless magic power. Sect leader Enlin is one step closer to ruling the world, and so on could be seen everywhere. Bai Ling wore a white dress and was exquisitely beautiful. She stood on the platform and organized the sect disciples in a tense and orderly manner as she prepared for the celebration. Sun Shaodai, don't slack off. Hurry up. The sect leader is going to return to the sect in 5 days, and we have to show him a brand new sect. Bai Lian pulled out a luminous crystal and wrapped it on the head of the young girl lying on the tree branch. Oh, I know. There's still 5 more days, the girl mumbled. I wonder if there are any more cultivation method lucky draws. I'm definitely going to draw a good cultivation method next time. Ning Reek of the Sword Pavilion spoke with an expectant expression. I don't have that many thoughts. I just want to see sect leader and Lin's handsome face again. Sun Yulua of the Sword Pavilion had a different opinion. Gasp. That's so cheesy. Can you save that for when the sect leader comes back? Lu Qianhuan shuddered at the sight of the infatuated Sun Yulua, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Roar. Dong Zhen, you stinky fox, you're drawing a cat face on my face again. I'm going to tear you apart. Swish, swish, swish. Come and catch me, The core disciples of the sect laughed and joked around as they prepared for the sect's celebratory activities. This carefree and relaxed atmosphere made them feel as if they weren't in the sect. Instead, they felt as if they were in a carefree paradise. Kingdom of the 9 States, Xiuxian United University. A series of celebratory firecrackers exploded in the sky. The entire campus was in a festive mood. All the teachers and students were gathered on a massive plaza. Today was the day of the commendation ceremony. All the students of the United University of Cultivation were being rewarded for their outstanding contributions to the Celestial Court and the United University of Cultivation. This commendation ceremony was originally being held by the principal to commend Enlin. However, he felt like all the teachers and students had performed extremely well during the battle against the Heavenly Wind God, so he decided to hold a grand ceremony to commend all the teachers and students of the university. There were tens of thousands of precious fruits, thousands of magic tools, over 100 spirit pills, and over 20 spirit tools at the commendation ceremony. Almost everyone would receive a reward. For example, Sword Immortal Ming Yuan, Su Xiaolan, and Shen Yuan Cheng would receive a spirit tool as well. It was exactly because of this that the atmosphere was extremely lively. Next, let us invite our principal, Wang Xinyu, to make the opening speech. Vice Principal Yu Hua announced in a vibrant voice. Amid raucous applause, a round, inky black, four-legged little whale slowly swam through the air before arriving on the podium and blowing bubbles in a calm and collected manner. Everyone fell deathly silent. All the teachers and students stared intently at the whale blowing bubbles. There were golden words engraved on the bubble. Today is a good day. We are all gathered together. Recently, the United University of Cultivation faced the greatest crisis in its history. However, in the face of an almost invincible enemy, the teachers and students still fought with all their might, slaying tens of thousands of foreign tribes and achieving a glorious victory. And Lin and his classmates stared at the golden words on the bubble with rapt attention and solemn expressions on their faces. This was perhaps the most special speech Lin had ever seen from a principal. Everyone was completely silent as they watched the principal blow bubbles with solemn expressions on their faces. Puffed, puffed, puffed. One bubble after another rose into the sky. In the end, a golden text engraved on a bubble appeared. That's all for my speech. Thank you for listening, teachers and students. Clatter, clatter. Raucous applause immediately erupted. Yes, the principal's speech is absolutely brilliant. Every single word is thought-provoking. This is the most awe-inspiring speech I've ever heard. A female student wiped tears from her eyes as she stared at the four-legged whale on the podium with reverence in her eyes. The male student's eyes were also glowing with excitement and fighting spirit. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. The principal is just blowing a few bubbles. Do you have to be so excited? A white light flashed through his eyes, and only then did he discover that the four-legged whale had used a wisp of its power of the divine Tao to create a small spell formation on its bubble. Only then did the golden characters on the bubble become holy and solemn, thereby making it extremely easy to incite emotions in one's heart. So, the principal was also afraid that his speech in bubble mode would cause awkward silence. In order to protect his own dignity and make his students more engrossed in his speech, he didn't even hesitate to secretly engrave formations in his speech. However, there was no point in trying to protect his image. One had to realize that he had already been completely humiliated from the moment he appeared and spat at the students. Chapter 1350. Just as Lin was grumbling incessantly in his mind, a voice suddenly sounded. Next, let us welcome our student representative, the most outstanding student of Xiaoxian United University, the war god of the celestial court, and the light of the kingdom of the 9 states, student Lin, to give a speech. His voice had only just fallen when a tsunami of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. This was a much more enthusiastic crowd than even Principal Wang Xianyu's. Almost all of the students and teachers were clapping with excitement. From this, one could imagine just how ridiculously popular Lin was at the university. He was already a living legend, and Lin stood up upon hearing this and leaped lightly into the air, landing on the rostrum in the blink of an eye. My God, how did Senior and Lin get there just then? Teleportation? No, that looks like the most overpowered spatial technique, spatial skipping. Cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Before the students and teachers could even see him move through the air, and Lin had already landed on the rostrum in the next instant. This kind of elusive movement technique had everyone exclaiming in admiration. Wang Xinyu narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself, this isn't spatial skipping. Spatial skipping isn't something that a newbie returned to Void Stage Cultivator can master. It's most likely a very special movement technique. This kind of movement technique can be used in conjunction with spatial manipulation to achieve the effect of spatial skipping under certain conditions. And Wang Xinyu was very familiar with this spell technique. It was the core spell technique used by the Kuan Peng, the Kuan Peng travel. Why does Lin know Kuan Peng travel? Wang Xinyu stared at Lin with his big, round eyes. There was a look of curiosity on his face, and Lin cleared his throat before continuing. Thinking back to when I first entered the school, I didn't know anything. I was just an ignorant cultivator. At that time, I met all of you adorable students. Thinking back now, I actually had no interest in spirit stones or cultivation. Those days when I had nothing were the happiest days of my life. All the teachers and students stared at Enlin in shock. Wang Xianyu's body was trembling lightly, and his eyes were curved into crescent moons. His thick sausage lips were pursed tightly, but he was unable to stop them from curling into a smile. He was already trying very hard not to laugh. And Lin paused and continued, I've been in the cultivation world for more than 4 years now. I think my cultivation aptitude is not bad. I haven't been a burden to everyone. Uffed. Wang Xinyu couldn't help but spit out bubbles as he trembled. All the teachers and students had looks of despair on their faces. What King decent aptitude? What else do you want? All of us teachers and students have dragged down the average cultivation aptitude score of the entire school. I didn't disappoint, teacher, and I finally progressed to the return to void stage before graduation. And Lin sighed with melancholy. Flying sword god Dioscoria Kenkengensis, and the other teachers were about to vomit blood. What do you mean by not letting me down? None of the teachers were so bold as to expect Enlin to graduate as a return to void stage cultivator. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but slap her forehead and heave a long sigh upon seeing this. Enlin had said that he didn't like to be praised after his tribulation transcendence, and that he wanted to keep a low profile. But now that he was on stage and flexing, he had probably forgotten his own King name. As expected, and Lin's words can't be trusted, Su Xiaolan shook her head. What do you call this? This is called showing your true colors. My master should be peerlessly domineering like this. Xue Zhantian expressed a different opinion as he flapped his little wings blissfully, and Lin continued, I founded the 4-9 Immortal sect when I was about to graduate from my 3rd year of university. At the time, I just wanted to create a sect for my friends to play with. Who would have thought that it would accidentally develop into one of the top cultivation sects in the Kingdom of the 9 States? All of the teachers and students felt as if their hearts were about to explode as they listened to Enlin's speech. All of them were wondering if classmate Enlin and I were really living in the same school. And Lin didn't seem to notice the expressions on the faces of the teachers and students. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. With great power comes great responsibility. Seeing as the 4-9 Immortal sect has developed to this point, it naturally has to fulfill its social responsibilities. Hence, my sect upholds justice for the weak itinerant cultivators as well as other sections. Our sect has swept through the surrounding demonic sects, and we've even wiped out the terrifying new divine Dark Dao sect. I feel like my sect's performance in the past few years has been passable. It's passable. All of the teachers and students clasped their hands over their chests. Passable? Don't you know that the 4-9 Immortal sect has been dominating all the news in the Kingdom of the 9 States recently? That's not passable. That's terrifying. What sect has become a first-rate sect in the Kingdom of the 9 States in just over 2 years? There's only one sect in the entire Kingdom of the 9 States in the past 50,000 years. I feel like my sect will only get better and better in the future. I have this confidence. And Lin turned toward the tens of thousands of teachers and students on the plaza with an expectant expression. Our 4-9 Immortal sect also welcomes all ambitious cultivators to join our big family. Everyone erupted into a commotion upon hearing this. The 2 principals almost fell off the stage. Classmate Lin, please spare him. Vice Principal Yu Hua transmitted his voice to Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyu was given a massive fright upon hearing this, and Lin could just speak. But why was he trying to poach the celestial court in front of everyone? This was too much of a test of the heart, and Lin was too immersed in his role, and it was only thanks to Yu Hua's voice transmission that he came to his senses. Of course, the Celestial Court is the most powerful sect in the Kingdom of the Nine States in terms of cultivation resources. So it's still our top choice. Our 4-9 Immortal sect has a high bar of entry and is easy to manage. In comparison, the Pavilion Lord is nothing. What he didn't expect was that some prodigies were starting to become restless after hearing this. I've experienced many things in the past 4 or 5 years. To be honest, I'm a little embarrassed to be receiving the highest praise from this school. I feel like I can do better. After the Heavenly Wind God battle, Principal Wong said that the school's greatest fortune is to have a supremely talented prodigy, like me, who is willing to fight with my life on the line for the school. And Lin turned toward Su Xiaolan, Xin Yuancheng, Su Qianyin, Lu Debao, Yao Mingxi, and the tens of thousands of teachers and students with a warm and enchanting smile on his face. But do you know that my greatest fortune is to have come to this school and met all of you? Hence, I am willing to fight with my life on the line for my greatest fortune. And Lin's words instantly caused everyone to fall silent. Immediately afterward, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. The eyes of countless students reddened as they looked at the man on the stage who said these words with extreme sincerity. They were not stingy with their applause and respect. Even Su Xiaolan's eyes reddened slightly, and she began to applaud along with Enlin. She could see a different emotion in Enlin's eyes, and Lin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, she noticed that when Enlin was speaking, he looked at her first, which was very touching all of a sudden, and Lin's name became the only sound on the plaza. Tens of thousands of teachers and students expressed their utmost respect toward the man on the stage. This was their senior student Enlin, the pride of Xiuxian United University.